guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Chuck Brady. Shaky times on the West Coast this afternoon. An earthquake with a magnitude of 4.1 rattled the Los Angeles area Sunday afternoon. According to the U.S. Geological Survey, the quake struck at around 1:03 p.m. Pacific time. The epicenter was 6.8 miles southwest of Westlake Village. 3 smaller quakes were also detected near Malibu in the 3 minutes following the first one, with magnitudes of 2.5, 3.0, and 2.8. There were no immediate reports of damage or injuries. Shaky times in the nation's capital as well, as D.C. police are investigating after Secret Service agents shot a man near the White House today.
An agency spokesperson says agents confronted the armed suspect shortly after midnight about a block from the West Wing. The man allegedly pulled out a gun before being shot and was taken to the hospital in unknown condition. The Secret Service had reportedly been notified about a potentially suicidal individual traveling from Indiana to Washington, D.C. President Trump was at his Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida at the time of the incident. I'm Lisa Carton.
The Department of Homeland Security has started giving polygraph tests to its workers.
DHS Secretary Kristi Noem and President Trump's border czar Tom Homan have recently blamed lower-than-expected immigration arrest numbers on recent leaks to the media about planned ICE operations, revealing which cities were being targeted. Secretary Noem said in a social media post Friday 2 leakers of information had already been discovered within the department and that there's plans to prosecute the pair. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
Some good news for a couple of astronauts stranded on the International Space Station for the better part of 9 months. NASA says they're getting ready to come home. After being awarded the ISS for all that time, the space agency announced Friday that Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams will return to Earth about March 16th. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Vice President J.D. Vance says he was confronted by pro-Ukraine protesters while walking with his 3-year-old daughter in Cincinnati this weekend. In a post on X, Vance claimed he and his daughter were followed by the protesters who were angry over the Trump administration's policy towards Ukraine. He said they shouted at him repeatedly, making his daughter scared and anxious. Are you concerned about manic behavior in your child, specifically your preteen? There may be a reason. A new study from the University of California, San Francisco found a link between screen time and manic behavior in preteens. The study looked at thousands of 10 and 11-year-olds who use smartphones and found that children who spend more time on screens were more likely to have manic episodes. And by the way, their teeth aren't in good shape either. A new national poll shows that more than 1 in 3 parents say their children have had dental problems in the last 2 years. The C.S. Mott Children's Hospital National Poll on Children's Health Care found that poor hygiene habits were mostly to blame, mainly in kids who didn't follow recommended brushing, flossing, and rinsing practices. Researchers polled 1,800 parents with children aged 4 to 17. They found that 64% of parents say their child brushes twice daily. 60% say they brush for at least 2 minutes. The Pope possibly getting better. The 88-year-old pontiff has remained stable with no fever and steady oxygen levels for several days. Chuck Brady, USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Here we go. Without further ado, we close out the weekend. Here comes a Monday. Back to the old grind after springing forward. How's your circadian rhythm? Everybody's out of whack after losing an hour of sleep. So we indeed cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. Sun will be coming up much later. It's getting the kids on the bus or off to school in the dark once again. Right about the time we were finally getting to headed to school in a little bit of daylight. So there you go, spring forward. Well, the sun sets a bit later in the evening, so we continue to see the days growing longer. We're just, 10 days away from the official arrival of spring on the 20th. Of course, that'll be the day we have about equal 12 hours of sunlight, 12 hours of darkness. And the days continue to get longer as far as the daylight hours are concerned in the northern hemisphere. So, trust you had a good weekend. It went by rather quickly in my book. But welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. A beautiful, clear night outside the secret bunker. Stars are shining bright. The moon is waxing toward full. First, we'll have the full moon Thursday night, Friday morning. Total lunar eclipse coming up later this week as well. And a warming pattern is definitely underway. Now, we'll take a look at our travelers' weather here. Kind of a soggy night in the southeastern USA. Some heavier rain. Northern Florida, southern Georgia, on up into central Alabama, northern portions of Mississippi. A lot of rain. Matter of fact, a lot of flood advisories through the Florida Panhandle and southern portions of Georgia tonight. A few areas under flood warnings with all the rain we've seen there. But how about the warm-up? Here we go, a pattern favoring multiple days above the historical average warmth. Will indeed grace much of the central and eastern USA this week as storms begin to gather out west. AccuWeather breaks it down. While a storm will bring some rainy, cool conditions to the southeast on into Monday evening. Throughout the day, the rain we were just talking about. Most areas from the Rockies to the Atlantic coast in the northeast going to be dry to start the week, probably right on into midweek. Could see some spotty rain or snow showers framing the northern tier of the Midwest and New England, where some chillier air is trying to hang on there. But as this pattern progresses, temperatures are actually, we're going to warm to some of the highest temperatures we've seen this year so far. In some cases, the warmest since last fall. Highs in the 30s and 40s in the northern states are going to be replaced with highs in the 50s and 60s. 50s and 60s in the south will be replaced with highs in the 70s and 80s. And some places, there will not have been such a stretch of days like 4 to 6 with double-digit above average warmth since the last week of December. This extended break in the weather allows plenty of opportunities to get out there, enjoy some fresh air, go for a walk, a jog, do some physical activities, clean up the yard maybe. A gradual thaw without heavy rain is what is needed to reduce the snow cover in the northern tier of New England and on into adjacent Canada to avoid any major flooding problems. Some daily record highs may be challenged. Compared to the historical average, temperatures are going to be on the plus side, anywhere from 10 to 20 degrees. In some areas, a breeze off the lakes, rivers, and bays may lead to chilly conditions, but in most cases, the predominant breeze will be from the south or the southwest this week. So the south and west facing shorelines will be the chilliest areas. Going to see a push of cool air that slices across the upper Midwest and into parts of the Northeast for the middle of the week. This will either stop the warm-up or maybe reverse it for a day or two. The breezes can also lead to a common problem in the early spring season. That is the risk of brush fires. Even where it has rained recently, breezes can quickly dry out dead grass and leaves to the point where they can easily catch fire. So use care when using outdoor power equipment, maybe firing up the grill, or be aware of parking on grassy or high brush areas. Now, as a potent storm from the Pacific pushes inland late this week, we are already looking at a significant severe weather threat that's going to ramp up over the plains and the Mississippi Valley at first. Regardless of thunderstorm activity, stiff winds from the massive storm will further increase the risk of wildfires. Now, along with the spread of spring fever in the coming week, forecasters remind gardening enthusiasts respect the time of year and, of course, the potential for frost. Winter's not over, trust me there. If you're thinking about planting or purchasing any sensitive plants for the outdoors, there are growing significant signs that much colder conditions may invade part of the U.S. during the second half of the month, courtesy of a weakening polar vortex, which has really been pretty much a non-player this winter. We will delve into that, but first let's look at this powerful storm that's going to take shape just east of the Rockies, starting about midweek. Forecasters from AccuWeather tell us a vast eruption of severe weather, including the potential for tornadoes later this week. We're already looking ahead to the Friday and Saturday time frame from the Great Plains to the Mississippi Valley. Should this storm develop to its full potential, it could be one of the strongest on record for the region in terms of low pressure. Yeah, the more intense the storm, the greater the amount of energy that's going to be available for severe weather, rain, yes, snow, and winds in general. Yeah, even a more moderate typical storm for this time of the year is going to produce a significant, large, multi-day severe weather threat, including the risk of tornadoes. So some locally severe thunderstorms will erupt well ahead of the main storm, looking toward midweek Wednesday over the south central USA. This may be followed by a few potent thunderstorms that erupt over parts of western and central Texas and Oklahoma Thursday and Thursday night. Friday. Friday's going to be the first big day in terms of area coverage with severe weather associated with a powerful storm system. Close to 500,000 square miles of the central states may be at risk for severe thunderstorms. Now, at this point in time, forecasters expect the risk of severe thunderstorms on Friday to extend from the shores of the Gulf northward to nearly the Canadian border over the central states. So that zone from eastern parts of Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, as well as the Dakotas, on up into portions of Michigan, Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, all going to be in play. Numerous severe thunderstorms are forecast in the states of Arkansas, Mississippi, Iowa, and Illinois. The greatest threat Friday will be storms packing high winds, gusts 65 to 75 miles per hour. We could see gusts approaching 100 miles per hour. A number of storms may also produce large damaging hail and torrential downpours. We're getting plenty of advance notice. I mean, we're looking ahead toward Friday. Due to the intensity of this storm system, winds will be strong and widespread, even without thunderstorm activity. We got a taste of that last week, of course. Friday, the area subject to wind gusts of 40 miles or greater, capable of producing sporadic power outages, may exceed 1 million square miles. Now, the storms will continue to progress into a zone of warm air as we head toward the weekend. in some cases, the warmest conditions since last fall. This will likely have many people outside enjoying the conditions, maybe taking a short road trip. People may not be paying much attention to the severe weather risk. Saturday, the threat of severe weather will extend from the central Gulf Coast all the way to the Great Lakes. Yeah, forecasters believe the greatest concentration of severe weather will be southeastern Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, middle and eastern Tennessee, and the western portions of the Florida Panhandle and western Georgia. Just like Friday, the greatest threat are going to be damaging winds, large hail, and torrential downpours. There is some indication that the forward speed of these thunderstorms may stall. If so, that could boost the risk of flash flooding in the vicinity of the southern Appalachians and parts of the Tennessee Valley. Looking ahead towards Sunday, the severe weather will likely continue as thunderstorms pick up that forward speed, ultimately grinding toward the Atlantic coast. Yeah, both Friday and Saturday may bring a significant tornado threat. It's getting to be that time of year, right? The number and intensity is going to depend on the number of discrete, isolated storms that are able to develop rotation. Supercell thunderstorms tend to bring some of the strongest tornadoes. The main factors for the development of supercell storms is going to be the amount of sunshine and daytime heating that's available. Cloud cover may keep some of the warming in check, but that's not going to be the case everywhere. Anyway, the likelihood of severe weather and the threat of tornadoes doesn't stop at the end of day on Friday and Saturday. Dangerous storms will continue well into the nighttime hours. So enjoy several days of very pleasant weather to start the week here. Of course, we'll continue to update and give you the latest as things will be changing dramatically toward the end of the week. And I'm not liking some of these models telling us this big warm-up is going to be such a teaser. It's not going to be the end of winter. Toward the final week of March into the early days of April, more and more of these models are talking about a big polar vortex impact. Of course, I don't want to... Louisville, Mid-America Truck Show, 27th, 28th, 29th. We're going to have this big warm-up. And I don't know. Are we going to have snow? That is possible for the Mid-America Truck Show again this year. You never know. We've said that time and time again. But for the day ahead, we do indeed. I'm looking at red flag warnings. Much of Nebraska, eastern Kansas, northwestern Missouri, southern Iowa, on up into South Dakota. High wind warnings for much of northern Montana and pretty much wind advisories for all of North Dakota as we kick off the week here. Trust you had a good weekend. How about that NASCAR 3 in a row? He did it. Who did it? We'll give you the latest coming up here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yeah, the NASCAR season is 4 races in. And Christopher Bell has already accomplished something no Cup driver has done in 4 seasons, winning his 3rd straight race of the year when he beat his Joe Gibbs Racing teammate Denny Hamlin in a 2-lap sprint to the finish. That 2-lap restart was set up by a caution for Ty Gibbs, another Joe Gibbs racing car. After crashing out in the Daytona 500, Bell won at Atlanta. And a week ago, the Circuit of the Americans, Bell, the first driver since Kyle Larson in 2021 to win 3 races in a row, and the first driver since Kevin Harvick in 2018 to win the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th races of the season. Bell was comfortably leading when Gibbs hit the wall, but Hamlin was able to hang with him on the restart on that final lap. Bell had the edge down the backstretch, pushed Hamlin out wide in the final 2 corners for the victory. Kyle Larson finishing 3rd, Josh Berry finishing 4th, ahead of Chris Buescher finishing 5th. Bell had led a race-high 103 laps. Yeah, he was clearly the driver to beat after he worked his way to the front as soon as the race started. Now, yesterday's race included a softer option tire for the teams as NASCAR and Goodyear looked for a tire compound to use in Phoenix back in November for the championship race. Teams had 2 sets of the faster but less durable option tire, and the speed difference was clear when a driver would be on option tires against other cars on the primary tire around them. So made for an interesting day, but how about that? Christopher Bell joined some good company. So I suppose the question is, can it be 4 in a row? That was, Brain Dead pointed out last week that would be in some very elite company, 4 in a row. We'll see. A lot of folks going to be pulling for Christopher Bell next week. So how about that? Well, we will say hello to Cap and Ron because, well, it's the greatest day of the week. But we're real close to the news break here. Let's say hi to Philly Dan. It's that time again. Hope everyone had a great weekend. I had another plane crash in Pennsylvania. I did see that headline, small plane. Marianne in the house. Hello, Steve, the overnight crew. Hope everyone enjoyed their weekend. Roy is on board from Northwest Illinois. Stephen, checking in from California. Well, there is Brain Dead. Happy morning, Steve. Happy Manic Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. Well, it's off to Paducah, Kentucky for a 2-stop run. Had some really great racing this weekend. The NHRA season kicking off. I'll check in later. But we're down to 17 days till opening day. Major League Baseball. All right. Tapeworm checking in from Wildwood, Florida. 70 degrees. Ready for another week of trucking. Who's next? Tanks on board. Hello, Steve. Happy Monday. 58 here in Memphis, Tennessee. As we get ready to head out west. Everyone truck safe. Have a blessed day. Good morning, JR. Overnight Drive family. It's Country Bumpkin actually checking in. All right, good to hear from you, Country Bumpkin. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour, the greatest day of the week. Well, for the first time this week, somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust, you'll find Mr. Sommers in the hotshot secret bunker, throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The stick shit eliminator power mic is on. All right, 41 degrees in the far side of southwestern Ohio near the Indiana state line tonight. Are you ready to rumble? All right, well, let's get it on. 844-844-3388. Be a part of the show. Don't be a scarecrow. Or you could be like the two-time world champion manure hauler lost in the swamps somewhere near the Marina del Rey. You can't find this guy with a search warrant. Hopefully he's snuggled up to whomever or whatever, heating up that cup of joe, and can feel the frequency waves vibrating through his cranial cerebellum. All right, good to have you on board there, Pappy. It is 844-844-3388, Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Secretary of Commerce says Elon Musk is his partner. While appearing on NBC's Meet the Press, Howard Lutnick responded to questions about Musk's position.
Elon Musk is your partner. He's your partner in technology. He's your partner in thought.
Lutnick said that Trump made it clear that Musk will perform in partnership with cabinet secretaries, but that the president will always be the one in charge. D.C. police are investigating after Secret Service agents shot a man near the White House early today.
Agents confronted the armed suspect shortly after midnight about a block from the West Wing. The man allegedly pulled out a gun before being shot and was taken to the hospital in unknown condition. The Secret Service had reportedly been notified about a potentially suicidal individual traveling from Indiana to Washington, D.C. President Trump was at his Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida at the time of the incident. I'm Lisa Carton.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, we'll get up to speed as we get a new week underway here. We got to start things off with none other than Captain Ron.
Well, I'll bring you up to speed. It's the greatest day of the week.
There we go.
That'll get us up to speed, right? Yeah, now we're off and running. Well, you know, we have to work, and you kind of have to be, I guess, like what you're doing. I mean, it fills your belly and gives you a place to sleep, and all that other stuff you like to do, so we might as well enjoy the greatest day of the week back to work, right?
Hey, don't get a paycheck if you don't do something, right?
That's right. So you might as well grin and bear it, I suppose. So the IndyCar circuit uses that optional tire also, and they have one set, and the team can use that set whenever they want to use it. They can start on that tire or start on the primary tires, but they do have to use that set of tires throughout the race at some point. You know, they can just figure it into their strategy or whatever. So
okay.
I don't know if that's going to be something that NASCAR is going to be going to or not. It would certainly shake up things if they did do that.
Yeah.
I mean, I could see that happening. But what do you think of all these tariff things going on? I'm not liking it too much. I voted for Trump, but I don't know that I'm feeling too good about putting tariffs on everybody. I think it's going to come out of our pocket. And, you know, do you feel that way? Am I looking into it too deep?
I'm cautiously optimistic that, trusting that Trump says it'll be better in the long run.
Yeah, I'm finding hard to believe how. How is it going to be better in the long run if we're paying more? I mean, yeah, you might be trying to get the jobs to come here, but that's not going to happen next week. I mean, that would take years down the road for these car manufacturers to get plants built here, and I don't think there's any plants just sitting around mothballed.
Right.
You know, so I'm not feeling too good about all these tariffs that he's wanting to put on. And it's not just China or Mexico and, you know, Canada now. He's talking Russia too.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I'm not feeling real cozy about that. So to answer Big Ed's question the other night, where did the Captain Ron came from? Do you remember back in the early 90s, I guess it was, there was a movie with Mark Short where he adopted this sailboat or inherited this sailboat or something? He had to hire a captain to drive the boat. And that was played by Kurt Russell, and the movie was called Captain Ron.
I remember that. Yes, indeed.
So I had at the time when that movie came out, I had a dispatcher that started calling me Captain Ron. And that's how it stuck. You know, and then of course in my racing days, us figure eight guys, a lot of us had our own nickname. We had one guy was a bandit, another guy was a frog, another guy was a rebel, and stuff like that. And of course mine was Captain Ron. And it's just been my handle and nickname for since then. But that's the story of that.
That explains it.
So maybe he'll hear this and rub two and two together.
Okay.
But yeah, so I went through a heavy rainstorm back there in Gainesville just a few minutes ago, and I don't know if they even got the Gator Nationals in, did they? They had to cancel some of the qualifying Friday or Saturday or sometime. I recorded what was supposed to be the racing today for them, but I don't know. I didn't get a chance to check in on it. Did you hear anything?
The Saturday was canceled due to weather. I guess they did have some racing this past day.
Well, maybe they just canceled some qualifying or something then. But, well, that's about all I got for the night. Appreciate you taking my call, and I'll hop on the app and listen in.
Well, here we are, the greatest day of the week. All right, the headline says, Dateline, Gainesville, Florida, despite the rain showers that threatened to dampen the excitement, the NHRA Mission Foods Drag Racing Series at the 25 Gator Nationals wrapped up with an action-packed, thrilling final day at Gainesville. Reigning Top Fuel champion Antron Brown kicked off the series with an impressive performance, taking the win in the Top Fuel category. Brown powered his way to victory, reaching speeds over 333 miles an hour. A dominant win in the opening round of the Gator Nationals. In the funny car division, Chad Green earned his second career victory, defeating three-time champion Ron Capps. A tightly contested finale. Green put together an impressive run, powered through a 3.921 second pass, more than 329 miles per hour, clinching the win. That marks a significant milestone in his career, showcasing his growth as a formidable competitor in the funny car category. In Pro Stock, Dallas Glenn made his mark, capturing his first win of the NHRA Mission Foods drag racing season, defeating defending champion Greg Anderson. A strong 6.549 pass over 211 miles per hour to kick off his season with a solid victory, setting the tone for the year ahead. All right, Saturday, they announced a schedule change for the Wright Trailers Top Fuel All-Star Call-Out. originally set for this weekend, will now take place on March 27th to March 30th at the In-N-Out Burger Pomona Drag Strip. Selections for this high-stakes race were made last Friday in Gainesville. The matchups will carry over to Pomona. Opening round will feature top seed Steve Torrance going head-to-head with Tony Stewart, Doug Kalita, and face Clay Milliken. Sean Langdon will race defending world champion Antron Brown, and Justin Ashley will take on Brittany Force in the final first round matchup. So there you go. Your NHRA season is underway. It is 844-844-3388. Captain Ron brought up the tariffs. Now, I've cited for several weeks. Depends on whose perspective you're getting. Big impacts potentially on the auto industry. That's why they've got another 30-day reprieve. There are some headlines alluding to the fentanyl situation. They're making progress. They may get that worked out before the next 30 days is up. But over the weekend, President Trump's tariffs are not the end solution, they say, to fixing the American economy. But they are a huge factor in fixing the problem. That was the statement from United Auto Workers President Shawn Fain yesterday. Tariffs are an attempt to stop the bleeding, the hemorrhaging of jobs for the last 33 years. Yeah, he was on ABC News this past day, on This Week. He said, we're in a crisis mode in this country. He said the United States has lost millions of jobs since the North American Free Trade Agreement took effect in 1994. There's no single issue in the country that's affected our economy and working class people and their jobs than what was NAFTA and now the USMCA and our trade laws. We're in a triage situation. Now, I pointed out that there are more than 2,000 people laid off at the Warren Truck Assembly plant in Michigan after the owner Stellantis moved production to Mexico. Yeah, they could move these trucks right back here to Warren, Michigan, he said. However, he refused to refer to the Mexican workers as the enemy of the U.S. economy. Our neighbors to the south, they're not the enemy, as Big Ed was saying Friday morning. They're being exploited. It's because of corporate greed, and that's got to stop. The United States is the market everyone wants to sell in, and we should have reciprocal trade laws where people have the same standard of living. Now, Trump said that they would enact the tariffs on auto-related materials from Canada and Mexico. But after talks between the big three executives, again, he gave a 1-month delay there. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt commented that Trump notified the companies to start investing, start moving, shift production here. So ultimately, the United Auto Workers is praising the tariffs. Last week saying they're a powerful tool in the toolbox for undoing the injustice of anti-worker trade deals. We're glad to see an American president take aggressive action on ending the free trade disaster that has dropped like a bomb on the working class. Now, the union also said that higher prices should be blamed on corporate America, not the tariffs. If corporate America chooses to price gouge the consumer or attack the American worker because they don't want to pay their fair share, corporate America bears the blame for that decision, he says. Of course, the UAW endorsed Kamala Harris in the 24 election. Fain was once quoted as describing Trump as a scab, a differing opinion. But their stance has obviously softened toward Trump since the election, and last week said it They're in active negotiations with the administration about their plans to end the free trade disaster. Fain has been critical of other aspects of the administration, however, particularly the influence of Elon Musk. All right, Sunday, Fain tells ABC the election is over, Trump is the president. We want to get now to work to fix the problems that are wrong with this country and the economy. It is 844-844-3388, a back-to-work Monday. After springing forward over the weekend, I do feel like I'm dragging a little bit this evening, but aside from springing forward an hour, my sleep was a bit interrupted this past afternoon because I had to set the alarm for 5:30 p.m., had to get up and catch my nephew, Lucas, the wrestling family. For years we had covered his brother, Max. Lucas had gone to Illinois. This is his final year. They had their graduation a couple weeks ago, and I wasn't aware until his mom came through. She passed through here on her way to the Big Ten tournament that was taking place over the weekend. Luke, winning on Saturday, had made his way into the final this past afternoon. So it was the Big Ten championship match. Actually, Lucas was ranked number 2 in the country in the 133-pound weight class. He beat the number 3 ranked wrestler there on Saturday to take him to that final round. It was number 1 versus number 2. I believe these two had actually met up on 2 previous occasions, and Lucas had never beat this kid. That all changed this past day. In the opening seconds of round number 2, a scoreless match up to that point, Luke pinned this kid in a matter of seconds. So there's the champion, Big Ten champion. How about that? So now it's on to the NCAA. That'll be taking place in Philadelphia. I think that's next weekend. So he'll be probably ranked number 1 headed into the NCAA tournament next week. Ranked number 1 in the country. Can he pull that off? But I shared some of the videos via my Facebook page this past day, but what a thriller that was. I'm glad I got up to interrupt my sleep to watch that. Congratulations to Lucas. It's got to feel good. That's his first Big Ten championship. Been there several times, never able to finish on top until this past day. Way to go. It is 844-844-3388. Clear lines on a back-to-work Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with a dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel's your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, hello to James, checking in from Cochran, Georgia tonight. 51 degrees. He said we got a very stormy night ahead. Yeah, yes, you do. Hello to Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in for the best 5 hours on the radio. We're 45 and clear at this hour. Brett, a.k.a. the Boss Man, says, good morning, all. Checking in from Eastern Illinois. All right, Dennis is on board. Well, just a few minutes late to the show, but welcome in Dirty Harry. Hello, Steve. Yeah, you recall that Doc Holliday and the H&H Enterprises, we landed that government-funded study we've been conducting for the last 3 years, and we're releasing our findings. The sleep study was completed, and the results are the fact. The reason you're not sleeping is because you're awake. No kidding. Is that it? Sounds about like the truth of some of these government-funded studies. I know he was being sarcastic there, but I had a story that I had come across. One of those you say, you can't make this stuff up. When we talk about DOGE trying to weed out wasteful spending in the government, the Department of Veterans Affairs has uncovered and canceled a $56,000 contract that they were paying to a plant contractor. The job was to water 8 decorative potted plants. DOGE said, we'll water the damn plants free of charge from now on. This was a real thing. The $56,000 contract to water 8 plants for 5 years. That's $1,400 a plant per year. The contract has been canceled. DOGE will water the plants free of charge. Now, they shared some photos of a pair of the VA's potted plants next to a sign reading, please do not water these plants. These plants are serviced by a plant contractor. For real. Now, this is, in the big scope of things, multi-million and billion dollars in spending. It's a smaller cut, but it just kind of shows the things that are going on. The new VA Secretary, Doug Collins, announced bigger slashes are coming when it comes to wasteful spending. It's including a $2 billion in contracts last week. According to the Secretary, who was confirmed by the Senate early in February after being nominated by President Trump, millions of dollars were being paid to consultants to create these PowerPoint presentations and take meeting minutes. Folks, if you don't know how to run PowerPoint slides, learn. It's a tutorial on your computer. Go learn for free. It's okay. Take your own notes. Good golly. I'll send you one of my pencils if you need one, he explained. He asserted that the saved money is going to be put back into health care benefits and making sure we're doing what the Veterans Administration is actually supposed to do. $2 billion in contracts As I said, things you can't make this stuff up. Hello to the Delta Hiker. Says, I haven't actually watched the show for a while, Steve. You appear to have run out of wall space to display stuff. Yeah, it is. It's pretty packed and stacked in here as far, yeah, you're right. But good to have you tuned in there. He's catching us on the YouTube feed here this Monday morning. Rob, good morning from Centerville, 40 degrees at this hour. Let's see. Philip, morning, Steve. Have you talked about the new Arkansas, the law that Arkansas is trying to push through about CDL drivers here on a visa and the people who cannot speak English? We did touch on that briefly in our Friday morning program. That's rather interesting. Should be the case. And of course, you've got a lot of trucking interest there in Arkansas. It's a pretty big deal. All right, let's see. Oh, and he said, go Trump. We'll get to some of our other listening friends checking in on a back-to-work Monday, the greatest day of the week. And it is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. U.S. and Ukrainian officials are planning to hold peace talks in Saudi Arabia in the coming week. President Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, addressed the coming discussions while speaking to reporters on Thursday.
And I think the idea is to get down a framework for a peace agreement and an initial ceasefire as well.
This comes as Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is attempting to repair relations with the U.S. following a heated exchange with President Trump in the Oval Office. An Indiana man has been taken to a Washington, D.C. hospital after what is described as an armed confrontation with police and Secret Service outside the White House earlier this morning. Shortly after midnight, a man thought to be suicidal was spotted with a weapon not far from the White House. Following an exchange of gunfire, the Indiana man was shot and taken to the hospital where his condition is not known. No Secret Service personnel were injured. President Trump was at his Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida at the time of the shooting. House Republicans are unveiling a short-term funding bill to keep the government running through September.
The 6-month plan includes cuts to non-defense programs and the IRS. The 99-page bill is in the form of a continuing resolution known as a CR, which Democrats strongly oppose. House leaders say the bill has White House support ahead of Friday's shutdown deadline. Speaker Mike Johnson said this week he thinks Republicans will be able to pass it along party lines, with a floor vote expected as soon as Tuesday. I'm Lisa Carton. Martin.
The Department of Health and Human Services is offering all employees a voluntary buyout.
This weekend, administration officials confirmed all 80,000 HHS employees were offered, quote, a voluntary separation incentive payment of $25,000. Last month, HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. said he had a list of staffers at the department he would like to see removed. I'm Jim Forbes.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
The Vatican says Pope Francis has shown a gradual slight improvement over the last few days.
Over the weekend, the Vatican said the Pope's oxygen exchange has improved. He doesn't have a fever and blood count tests remain stable. Francis received the Eucharist in the morning on Saturday and rested and worked in the afternoon. The 88-year-old went into a Rome hospital with a severe respiratory infection on February 14th and has since been fighting double pneumonia. I'm Chris Caraccio.
NASA confirms the 2 astronauts stranded on the International Space Station for the better part of 9 months are preparing to come home. After being aboard the ISS for all that time, the space agency announced that Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams will return to Earth on March 16th. The Boeing Starliner spacecraft that they launched in was deemed unsafe for the return flight, so now they'll be assisted in their journey home by SpaceX. Daylight savings time has a documented health effect on humans, but apparently can also impact dogs.
It can cause some house pets to wonder why their feeding schedule seems different at first, but can also have a more significant effect on working dogs. Researchers at the University of Toronto looked at how daylight saving time affected sled dogs. They found that the time switch led to an increase in activity before their handlers arrived, but the dogs got back to normal after 1 or 2 days. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
The average price for a gallon of gasoline is $3.08. That's according to AAA. The most expensive gas in the country is found in Kauai, Hawaii, $5.14 a gallon, while Jones County, Mississippi has it down to $2.47 a gallon. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
the CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Good to have you with us as we get the new week underway. Welcome into a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. And just like that, we've sprung forward. So daylight savings time once again. Someone posted this past afternoon. I did not realize. Apparently yesterday marked 5 years since the first confirmed case of COVID-19 in the state of Ohio. This was from an ABC affiliate. I think that was out of Cleveland or Columbus. They were kind of asking their audience, what do you remember about the early days of the pandemic? That was, unprecedented to say the least. There was this feeling of just gloom and doom. You had this sense that if you catch COVID, you're going to die, right? Waiting in line. 5 o'clock in the morning when the grocery store opens. Everybody lined up with their carts outside, 6 feet apart. And the doors open and everyone stampedes to the toilet paper and paper towels. I remember so well. Of course, we all lived through it. All right, 5 years. All right, kick off hour number 2. Pigpen. Morning. How we doing there, Pigpen?
I'm doing pretty good. Trying to get up to Elkhart, Indiana. Yeah, I'm still trying to get used to this time change. I just wish they'd pick one or the other and be done with it. I'd rather stay on daylight time, as far as I'm concerned. But I had a question about that stiction eliminator. I don't know if you can answer my question or not. Is that good for gasoline engines?
Absolutely. 100%. Yes. Gas and diesel.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. I wanted to make sure before I tried it. So I've been using that gasoline extreme in my Jeep Renegade, and I've already noticed a little bit of a fuel miles boost there. So I think I want to keep using that at least.
So when you use the stiction eliminator, that's the big time. It's kind of a big time clean out for the oil side. You would use that with preferably with an oil change, and then like for the next couple of oil changes, you could bump down to what is called the FR3, the friction reducer. The FR3 is in the stiction eliminator, but it's a little less expensive than the stiction. You can save a few bucks by using the FR3 between those deep cleans.
Yeah, I still have a little bit of that from when I got that $60 coupon. I haven't used it in a while, but I'm going to start using that again and see if that'll help it along a little bit.
Absolutely.
I've got an old 99 Pontiac Bonneville, and I'm hoping to get it restored a little bit with that stuff.
I think it'll work wonders. That's a prime candidate for a clean out.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I bet it could use it. It runs pretty good, but I bet it could do a little more.
Yeah.
Well, that's about all I got. Appreciate you having me on.
Well, thank you for checking in. Good to hear from you. And enjoy the time change, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, once I get...
Pick one and leave it alone. I'm with you there. All right, as I did mention briefly, winter's not over. It's later this week. Many are going to be saying, I think we made it through. In many cases, a long, harsh winter. But a major shift in the weather pattern may very well have millions of people in the country, again, reaching for the winter coats later this month. Yeah, before the milder spring-like air arrives permanently. Yeah, recent years we've heard a lot. The polar vortex. It's a part of the Earth's atmosphere found over the North Pole. Yeah, strong winds typically keep the vortex kind of locked in place, but every so often, periodically, changes in the weather can cause that vortex to wobble and even separate into pieces, resulting in waves of frigid Arctic air being ushered southward across North America, Europe, Asia. Not every cold snap is connected to the vortex, but when it does go on the move, it can result in some of the lowest temperatures of the winter season. Kind of like falling dominoes. One change in the weather in part of the world will have big ramifications thousands of miles away. A sudden stratospheric warming event into the next week, this week, is going to weaken the winds that confine the polar vortex around the North Pole. As a result, it's expected to shift away from its polar residency, eventually sending cold air from the Arctic into North America and Eurasia. Now, the long-range forecasters at AccuWeather said the shifting and stretching of the vortex may very well impact the U.S. Middle of March, impacts potentially lingering into early April. Last fall, they highlighted the transition from winter to spring as the period when the polar vortex could pay a visit to the U.S. With plenty of cool air in place, the colder pattern during the second half of March could very well set the stage for springtime snowstorms. Say it isn't so. Now, I'll say there are signs that a major storm could unfold across the central and eastern U.S. around St. Patrick's Day weekend. Well, that would be coming up next weekend. I think St. Patrick's Day 1 week from today, Monday of next week. This could be the beginning, they say, of a rough and stormy pattern for eastern North America, right through the rest of the month into early April. Now, even if this storm does not come to fruition, a prolonged period of colder weather could result in higher heating and electric bills on the heels of a winter that has been colder and snowier than many in recent years. This upcoming pattern could limit the severe weather potential from the upper Midwest, the Great Lakes, as well as the Ohio Valley on east. So obviously when the cold settles in, all the severe weather we're talking about, like late this week into next weekend, it's created by the clash of the air masses, cold running into the warm or vice versa. And so that'll be kicking in later this week with the warm-up we're going to really love. I mean, I'm seeing forecast highs maybe into the upper 60s for our region here in the Ohio Valley toward the middle portions of this week. All right, so with that, it is 844-844-3388 on the greatest day of the week. Eagle, what's going on out there? On the road again, are we?
Yeah. I'm still out here on the road. I didn't go home I went home last weekend, even though I got sick. But yeah, I'm out here on the road tonight. I finally got feel a little bit better. Finally got rid of that flu. But you understand, a lot of people have been getting sick the last couple of weeks, days with this flu bug. But mine wasn't as bad as some of these other people I heard of. Some people had to go to the hospital with, some people. So, I guess I got lucky on that. But, I'm finally starting to feel 100% now. But, I'll probably be home next weekend, next Friday. I should be back home by then. But, I'm trying to make some money while things are still good right now, things are still good, but I don't like some of the things that I'm hearing, with Donald Trump. I hope it's not true, but I'll get into that a little bit later. But, I wanted to talk about a couple of things. NASCAR right quick. Unfortunately, it looked like Christopher Bell won again, 3 races in a row.
Yeah.
He on a real roll. He on a real roll right now. He dominating the whole show. Even though he's driving a Toyota, I'm definitely not happy about that. Denny Hamlin came in second, so 2 Toyotas. So they dominating right now. They got a good thing going, but we'll see. They go to Las Vegas next week, so we'll see how that turns out. But Toyota, Christopher Bell, I didn't think he was that good of a driver, but he turned out to be pretty good. I didn't see the race. I listened to it on the radio. I seen the highlights on YouTube after later before I called in with you. So it looked like the first part of the race wasn't too good, but looked like it got a little bit better at the end of the race. The racing got a little bit better, but like I said, it still didn't get the result that we wanted. With Chevrolet now winning again, but we'll see what happens. Kyle Busch, that's his racetrack next week in Las Vegas, so hopefully Kyle Busch can get in the victory lane, and home track in Vegas. We'll see how that goes. Might be able to watch that one. But then they had the NHRA. I don't know what happened with that because I went to sleep. I didn't get a chance to see that on tonight at the truck stop. I don't know who won the first races of the year. I don't even know. They had a rain delay in Gainesville, Florida on Saturday rain. So I don't know if they got the race today on Sunday or not. The final, I have to check on Google it after I got with you. So I don't know who won that, but one good thing about it, I'm glad to see John Force. John Force is back with his team. He's not racing. He still ain't said. The way he's talking, he sound like his voice slurred. He sound like he might have a little bit of problems. I don't think he'll ever race again. I think he wants to get back in the car, but I think that his body won't allow John Force to get back in. He's, like I said, they traveling too fast. 330 miles an hour, and you got to be at 100% mentally and physically. And I don't think John Force will ever be 100% mentally or physically again. And it'd be too much of a risk to let him get behind the wheel of the car. As much as I know he wants to race again, I think it might be over for John Force in NHRA. But like I told you last year, John Force is not all you can do. He's won all kind of championship, world championship, speed records. He's done everything you can do in NHRA. There's nothing more he can do. So the only thing he can do is, there's nothing. Well, I don't want to say that, but the only thing he can do is, only bad things can happen. Such as what happened to Dale, or maybe he should have got out of the race before, maybe before his accident happened. So hopefully Forrest to get out before something serious, very serious happens. And go ahead and end it on that. That's the way I see it with Force. Now, I wanted to get back into the politics situation, Steve. Got some more interesting information. Now they saying that the North Korean leader, they claim that he is working on a submarine right now. Maybe you can look that up. I seen a video with nuclear power, and that he's advancing his agenda of nuclear weapons. North Korean leader, very, very dangerous man. I've talked to you in the past, Steve, about some of these leaders when I tell you about being hot air and talking loud and saying and doing nothing. He's not one of them. If Kim Jong-un tell you he's gonna do something, he's going to do it. He's a very dangerous individual. Now, one of the men that has talked a lot of trash that I talked to you about him last week, Steve, is this guy in Canada, this Ford guy. Now, I don't know who this guy is. I don't know what his exact position is, but he did a lot of talking last week, a lot of trash talking, and I'm just going to say he got to put up the shut up. He claimed that he is going to turn the power out in parts of the United States, the northern section of some of these 4 or 5 states or something. if Donald Trump continues on with his tariffs. Now, I don't know if this guy has the power to do that, to do what he says he's going to do. But if you're going to do it, shut up. That's the way I see it. I'm not one of those people that's just going to sell somebody just to threaten them and just to scare them. If you're going to turn the lights out, turn them out, my man. But what we need to be concerned with is what can Donald Trump do if he does decide? That's the question that needs to be asked now. What will Trump do, or what will America do if he turns these lights out? That's the question that needs to be asked now. Like I said before, maybe you can check and see if he has the power to do that. Okay. And another question I have, Steve, is one of the biggest questions I have about that situation is why are we even allowing Canada to control our power in these states to begin with? That's what concerns me the most. Why is the United States allowing another country to be in control of their electrical power in these states? Maybe you can check on that, because that's what concerns me the most out of the whole deal. No country should have the power to do something to your country if they don't like what you do. That you put yourself in a very bad position when you do something like that. So hopefully Donald Trump will take care of that. And I understand. You talked last week. Canada has already taken the liquor, some of the alcohol and liquor products, U.S. products, off of the shelves in Canada. You know what I say, Steve? I believe an eye for an eye, my man. The last time I checked, Canadians sell beer too and alcohol. How about we take the alcohol and beer off the shelf down here in America, since we can both play that game. And just in case you got some Canadian listeners out there tonight, hey, the USA, we got the same ability, my friend. We could take Canadian products off our shelves too, and let you see how it feels. If you have to play that game the way they play that game, Steve, and I'd like to hear your comments on what Canada is talking about and what we can do about this situation. I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle, have a good morning. We're underway. Greatest day of the week, right? Yeah, no doubt. Aside from pulling some of the U.S. liquor from the shelves, Jack Daniels, they were kind of highlighting that, and they said the Canadian market is only like 1% of their sales, though. Canada they've got plenty of, they've got their own alcohol. What is it? Yukon to the Territory, Yukon Jack, and then there's a number of Canadian beers, liquors. We probably buy more here of Canadian product than they buy there. Another thing that Canada's talking about here in British Columbia, Canadian authorities are talking about maybe implementing tolls for American truckers traveling through British Columbia in response to the tariff threat. Since some tariff exemptions have been implemented, and President Trump signaled that he's going to delay the implementation of other tariffs until early April. April 2nd right now is the date. But Canadian authorities responding to the White House tariffs, obviously with reciprocal tariffs, and in British Columbia, a plan to target U.S. commercial truck traffic with tolls. Late last week, the Premier, David Eby, spoke at the Legislative Assembly in Victoria on a plan to implement retaliatory tolls on truckers traveling through British Columbia on the way to Alaska, stating, "I'm here to share that we will be introducing a new law in the coming days to respond to this historic challenge. Unprecedented legislation. It will include such countermeasures as allowing the province to apply fees to commercial trucks transiting through British Columbia on their way to Alaska." Now, British Columbia officials did not provide details on what the amount of the tolls might be or how they're going to be implemented. The statement from the British Columbia Premier is, "The White House started a trade war we didn't want, and we must answer with strength. We're responding to this unprecedented attack with several targeted measures, and in the coming weeks, we will arm ourselves with even more tools as the next steps to fend off a sustained economic aggression. All right, we got the answer to the question this past day in regards to who's going to replace Justin Trudeau. The former central banker Mark Carney will become Canada's next prime minister after the governing Liberal Party elected him their leader this past day as they deal with the tariffs, the trade war, the threat of annexation, and the federal elections that are looming there. Carney is 59 years old, replacing Justin Trudeau, of course, who announced his resignation in January, but is still prime minister until his successor is sworn in here in the coming days. Carney, they say, won in a landslide with 85.9% of the vote there. Carney this past day said there's someone who's trying to weaken our economy. Donald Trump, as we know, has put unjustified tariffs on what we build, what we sell, and how we make a living. He's attacking Canadian families, workers, and businesses. We cannot let him succeed. Now, Carney said Canada will keep the retaliatory tariffs in place until the Americans show us respect, was his word. Now, Carney navigated a crisis when he was the head of the Bank of Canada, and back in 2013, he became the first non-citizen to run the Bank of England since it was founded in 1694. His appointment won bipartisan praise in the United Kingdom after Canada recovered from the 2008 financial crisis faster than many other countries did. Now, the opposition Conservatives hoped to make the election about Trudeau, whose popularity has declined as food and housing prices have rose, immigration surging. All right, many Canadians are kind of infuriated by the tariffs and Trump's talk about making Canada the 51st state. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump's envoy for hostages says Palestinian militant group Hamas is open to a peace deal with Israel where they disarm and give up their political power. Adam Bowler told Fox News Sunday his direct negotiations with Hamas aimed at freeing American hostages are showing promise.
We also discussed what the end might look like, and I will tell you that Hamas did orient toward a long-term truce, as they called it.
He went on to say he's been keeping Israeli officials informed on the progress of the talks as well. The Department of Homeland Security is ending its collective bargaining agreement with the Transportation Security Administration employees.
Department said the union contract was jeopardizing the safety of travelers, claiming that some employees were exploiting benefits and spending too much time with union matters. The union called it a pretext for attacking the rights of regular working Americans across the country. I'm Jim Forbes.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Back at it here, Monday, the greatest day of the week. Hello, Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. 45 degrees, Warsaw, North Carolina. Let me see, just got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck parked at the front gate to Parks Family Meats. It was a very long, very fast trip from America's heartland. Bull haulers run real trucks with real power and no timers for a reason. It is real-time trucking in a real-time world. An epic trip as always. Special Tar Heel shout-out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from Duplin County. Hello, Rubber Duck, letting out the dogs. What a beautiful day it was today. I even ran around without my pants on. Easy does it. I was wearing shorts. Let's see. Brain dead. I don't see my messenger messages. Sorry about not getting back to you. All right. I check a few messenger Typically, if I'm sitting at the computer and a message pops up, I'll see it there. But I don't spend a lot of time going through messages on Messenger. Yeah, best way to get something to me is via the email. Steve at hotshotsecret.com. I check those emails on a daily basis. Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia, 49 degrees, kind of sprinkling right now. I'll deliver my load from Kansas City tomorrow. Then we'll run some errands, probably going to take off till the 18th. Then we'll head to Marco Island, Florida. And Wildcat may go with me if I can find a place to park. Have a great night. Everybody be careful out there. All right, who else we got on board? Rainmaker checking in. I sent you a few emails, he said. Some showing you the YouTube videos of the artificial intelligence agents. I shared some of that Friday morning there, Rainmaker. Yeah, artificial intelligence agents we were talking about. And then an email about the Small Business Administration that gave loans to children during the pandemic, in some cases loans to children as young as 11 years old. And then, come to find out, Biden's auto pen that was signing all of Biden's bills and executive orders. All right. And then a book I saw at the laundromat. Okay, I haven't seen that email yet. I'll check that out, Rainmaker. The auto pen, that's another interesting story we will be getting to coming up here. For 4 years, how many times did we say, who is actually running this country? You know, witnessing Biden's continued cognitive decline. We know he wasn't. We said the puppet masters, who's running the show behind the scenes? Many said Nancy Pelosi, Barack Obama. Yeah, some even suggested that Hunter, his son Hunter, was the one kind of running things there in D.C. We'll delve into that coming up here. There's Jeffrey. Good morning, Steve. Great to hear your voice. Bringing some sanity to an insane world. We'll try. All right, there's Daniel on board. When you look at Rose, Minnesota, what happened? Because they moved Polaris to Mexico because they can build it cheaper and still make the same amount of money bringing the crap back across the border. You know, same thing goes for Bobcat. A lot of people going to lose their jobs in North Dakota because why? It's cheaper to assemble it in Mexico. You put the tariffs on stuff and bring industry back to America. It does make a difference with their economy when people have jobs. These service industry jobs like Mickey D's and Hardee's and stuff like that does not buy a home. Yeah, you have to have industry to build back the American economy. So again, obviously referencing the tariffs on other countries. Dennis said, I can't agree with Big Ed more. The Mexicans are being exploited, while Americans are as well. The average worker always exploited, aren't we? It is 844-844-3388. Knucklebuster kicks things off here with some Monday morning baloney. Hello, Knucklebuster. All right, I guess he lost his call. All right, so let's move to Plowboy.
Good morning, Steve.
Morning, Plowboy. How are you?
Good morning. Yeah, I'm here. Hello. We're working there. Working. I don't know what them tariffs are doing to us. We have not seen it yet. In fact, we're looking at probably at least 15 days, 21 days straight here at the plant, and we build them big blue ovals. So, we're even working Saturdays and Sundays. So,
okay.
Yeah. But I have noticed there is some prices starting to go up. I've been looking around, shopping around on both sides, either the oval or the bow tie, and In the last couple of weeks, I've noticed a few prices starting to go up, so I don't know what's going to happen. But I've seen something that Dingbat might be interested in. Did you happen to catch a picture? I think try to email it to you. That there was a FedEx delivery driver put his little FedEx City box in a drink up there, someplace up there on the East Coast. Said the tide caught him as he was delivering packages.
I did not catch that.
Link or something.
Yeah, I didn't catch that.
Yeah. And the damn thing about where he's parked is parked right in the water that you had to rescue him. I'm sorry. I've seen a lot of things in my life that I've never seen a tide come in that quick. If anything, looked like he could have backed it up on top of the bridge and been out. But, yeah, it showed him floating in the middle. Like, good grief. But, did you say Justin Trudeau's successor is going to be basically inaugurated just like snapping your fingers? How in the world? Go ahead.
Canadian government, I don't, I'm not real familiar. It's a whole lot different than what. So the Liberal Party leaders selected the new guy to replace Trudeau. Now they will. So that he's replacing Trudeau for the time being. He'll be sworn in a couple of days, but they will ultimately hold a national election, I guess. They say in days or weeks.
Oh, okay. I know years ago you used to have somebody out of Canada that used to call your show quite a bit. You have any contacts with Canadian snakebite anymore?
It's been years. No, haven't spoke to him in years.
I'm just curious what he would be thinking about all this tariffs and whether he's upset, down, or what. But, and by the way, congratulations to your nephew on that. Yeah, that. You said he's number one in the NC in the Big Ten.
Well, he won the Big Ten, so he was ranked number 2 in the country, but he beat the number 1 yesterday for the Big Ten title. So now the actual, I guess all the divisions come together for the actual NCAA tourney next weekend in Philadelphia. So that's big.
Now I got a small question. Do we need to take up a collection to feed that boy a little bit more? 133 pounds, you said he weighs?
That's the class he's wrestling in. Yeah, he's pretty little dude. He's very, very. He's all muscle. If you know what I mean, but.
Right.
It's his dad's a little guy, and of course Myra's she probably weighs 100 pounds soaking wet.
Wow. No, I'm sorry. I guess I just get everybody mixed up whenever I hear wrestling. I think 250, 300, kind of like your sumo wrestlers we've seen on the TV. But, by the way, I do have one last question, weather related. Did you say we're looking at bad weather coming down the pipe sometime, and we're dealing with 70+ degrees here in the next week?
That is affirmative. Winter's not over there, Plowboy. All the models are saying it may be one of those bundle up, and we might even get some snow there in Louisville, possibly.
Oh my gosh!
That's what I'm thinking.
Oh, it wouldn't be the first time. It wouldn't be the first time that we have had 4 seasons in one show.
Yep.
I remember that one year when. Yeah, that's when Sugar Bear snuck in there, and everybody had to drink of that hot apple pie, and that was a fun damn year. But and that about the darn time was when we had that twisters going through. It was like, good grief! But I don't know. I can't be there this year. I'm going to try to get back here. I don't know. Like I said, we're just staying so busy, and I'm sorry, but you kind of got to work when you can anymore, especially with this damned economy.
Right.
That's about all I got on this one. So.
On this Monday, the greatest day of the week there. All right. Well, Plowboy, thanks for chiming in. Have a great day. I've been seeing some of the videos, the wildfires that broke out over the weekend in New Jersey. A large wildfire breaking out at Fort Mott State Park, Pennville Township, Salem County, New Jersey, Saturday afternoon. Started about 2 o'clock and quickly spread with the strong winds and dry conditions there. As the flames grew, that thick black smoke filled the sky, visible from miles away. Traffic cameras operated by the Delaware Department of Transportation captured the heavy smoke drifting across the Delaware River. Earlier that morning, the National Weather Service had warned about an increased risk of wildfires. A special advisory had been issued due to the low humidity and high winds, which made it easier for fires to start and spread. By the time the fires started, the winds had already reached 25 miles per hour, gusts as strong as 40. In those conditions, causing that fire to spread rapidly through the dry vegetation in the park's marshland near Delaware Bay. At first, the fire was estimated to be about 25 acres, but within a few hours, it had doubled to 50 acres. Firefighters from multiple departments rushing to the scene, but obviously the strong winds made it difficult to control the blaze. According to the New Jersey Forest Fire Service, the fire grew from 35 to 40 acres in less than 30 minutes after he had arrived on the scene. The winds also grounded aircraft that could have helped fight the fire from above, which made containment even more challenging. Firefighters' experience explained that wind speeds 35 to 40 miles per hour made it nearly impossible to keep up with the rapidly spreading flames. As of Sunday afternoon, they had managed to contain 90% of the fire. By that point, though, nearly 293 acres had burned. Fortunately, no buildings lost. No one had to evacuate. Residents were told to shelter in place while crews worked to keep the fire from reaching some nearby homes. Flames were very close to homes in several areas. Of course, the smoke from the blaze so thick that weather radar systems actually picked it up. That made it appear as if a major storm was forming over South Jersey. All right. At the same time, strong winds may have contributed to power outages reported in southeastern Pennsylvania. Nearly 1,000 customers lost power right about the same time that fire broke out. Even though firefighters had most of the fire under control by late Sunday, they do say they are on high alert. Two brush trucks patrolled the area, watching for any hot spots or flare-ups. More crews are scheduled to return later this morning to ensure the fire is fully contained. This is just one of several wildfires in New Jersey over the past few days. All right. So the red flag conditions. 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Do a take two here. See if Knucklebuster's on board. Morning.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. I thought you'd done that on purpose. Hung up on me again. Oh, wait a minute. I'm just kidding. How was your weekend?
Short, sweet, but not a bad weekend. I enjoyed the weekend.
Oh, well, that's good. There, Tennessee took me and my grandson, one of my grandsons, the other one didn't want to go. We to the World Champion Outlaws sprint car racing down in Columbus, Mississippi Saturday. Her boss owns one of the cars down there. The driver's only 18 years old, Steve. He's not old enough to be afraid of getting hurt, right?
Okay.
Well, he done pretty good for your place, so that's not bad. So, well, are some of your callers having buyer's remorse, Steve?
It almost sounds a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, winter's not over. March 20th is the spring equinox, and I've seen snow all the way into April where I live.
Yep.
But you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that May is Denver's snowiest month. That's why you carry change from September the 1st to May 31st. So winter's far from being over there, right? Well, let's talk about that race car thing we went to Saturday. I saw a man there, Steve. He had a T-shirt on, and I need to get me one of these that says, "I can fix stupid, but it's gonna hurt." We can get one of those and picture yours and say, "Steve Sommers overnight drive will fix stupid, but it's gonna hurt," and send it to Sundance, right?
Something like maybe a ball pen, maybe a sledgehammer. That would do it, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. There. Well, we got that blood moon coming up this week, too. Do you know why you should never shout into a colander?
Why's that?
You'll strain your voice, Steve.
There you go.
That's all my bull on it for this go-around. I'm headed for Ardmore, Oklahoma. I'll call in here a little later on there before that or at least buy that lonely attire, so.
All right. Well, thanks for dialing us up here on a Monday. Greatest day of the week. Who says? All right, a couple of minutes before a news break. One of the articles Rain Man had mentioned, kind of going back to who was running the show, who was running the country. The majority of official documents signed by President Biden apparently used the same auto pen signature, kind of reinvigorating concerns over the former president's mental acuity and if he actually ordered the signature of relevant legal documents. The report published by an arm of the Heritage Foundation found whoever controlled the auto pen controlled the presidency. This is an initiative within the Conservative Heritage Foundation that investigates the government to bolster transparency. They posted late last week, we gathered every document we could find with Biden's signature over the course of his presidency. All used the same auto pen signature, except for the announcement that the former president was dropping out of the race last year. Now, they've got photos of the auto pen signature. Auto pen signatures are ones that are automatically produced by a machine, as opposed to an authentic handwritten signature. The Oversight Project posted 3 examples showing Biden's signature, including 2 executive orders and the president's announcement he was bowing out of the race last year. The signature on the 2 executive orders, one of which was signed in 2022, the other in 2024, showed the same signature that included what appeared to be a line followed by R. Biden, Jr. Yeah, Biden's signature on the document announcing his departure from the race, though, varied from the other 2, showing a signature that was not as clear as the one on the executive orders. Fox News Digital, at random, examined more than 20 Biden-era executive orders documented on the Federal Register's office between 2021 and 2024 and found that each and every one had the same signature. So we'll pause there. Hold that thought. We'll be back with more. First, a news break, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Secretary of Commerce says Elon Musk is his partner. While appearing on NBC's Meet the Press, Howard Lutnick responded to questions about Musk's position.
Elon Musk is your partner. He's your partner in technology. He's your partner in thought.
Lutnick said that Trump made it clear that Musk will perform in partnership with cabinet secretaries, but that the president will always be the one in charge. D.C. police are investigating after Secret Service agents shot a man near the White House early today.
Agents confronted the armed suspect shortly after midnight about a block from the West Wing. The man allegedly pulled out a gun before being shot and was taken to the hospital in unknown condition. The Secret Service had reportedly been notified about a potentially suicidal individual traveling from Indiana to Washington, D.C. President Trump was at his Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida at the time of the incident. I'm Lisa Carton.
President Trump has signed an executive order that would limit eligibility for the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program.
Speaking in the Oval Office on Friday, White House Staff Secretary Will Scharf explained why the administration felt the need to make the move.
A lot of these people work for NGO organizations, for nonprofit organizations that engage in illegal or what we would consider to be improper activities.
Under the PSLF, not-for-profit and government employees can have their federal student loans forgiven after 10 years of payments. Student loan borrowers and advocates have vowed to challenge Trump's order in court. I'm Jim Forbes.
Canada's Liberal Party has announced Mark Carney elected to succeed Justin Trudeau as the next prime minister. Carney commented about the tariffs imposed.
Donald Trump has put unjustified tariffs on what we build, on what we sell, on how we make a living. He's attacking Canadian families, workers, and businesses, and we cannot let him succeed.
He's expected to be sworn in later this week. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Prince Frederick of Luxembourg has died at the age of 22. His father, Prince Robert, announced his son died in Paris on March 1st from a rare genetic disorder. Prince Frederick was diagnosed at the age of 14 with POLG mitochondrial disease. Designated teachers could be allowed to conceal carry in West Virginia's public schools under a bill that was passed on Thursday.
The legislation creates a process for teachers to become school protection officers after qualifying for concealed carry permits and completing required training. Critics express concern about confusion during emergencies and teachers' readiness to handle such responsibility, while supporters believe it would enhance school safety. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
While President Trump has now announced a nearly 1 month delay in tariffs on most goods from Canada and Mexico, some damage has already been done.
The maker of Jack Daniel's, Brown-Forman, said the decision to pull its drink from shelves in Canada was worse than tariffs. Comes after several Canadian provinces decided to remove US-made liquor from stores in retaliation to the 25% tariff placed on Canadian goods entering the United States. But Jack Daniel's said that decision was disproportionate, as it essentially amounts to a ban of its drink. Canadians are being urged to buy locally made goods and avoid those made by its nearest neighbour. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammographysaveslives.org.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
For anything anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
We roll into a Monday, time zone to time zone. Turn the page on the calendar, 10th day of March. And of course, after the spring forward, supposed to see a big change in the traffic patterns. Yeah, people that are not accustomed to, say, sun delays, with the sun coming up an hour later in the morning. Everybody's got to get used to the new sunrise time and when you're going to be driving into it. That's why we see an increase in traffic accidents, especially on the Monday after a time change. All right, around the country, it's 844-844-3380. In the first hour, I mentioned enjoy this week of warmer temperatures, big-time spring. Gonna feel like spring. I can see some of the trees already in the process of beginning to bud here in southwest Ohio. I hope it's not the case once again that they start coming out later this week, and then we have the big temperature drop where we get back to the midwinter temperatures potentially. And as Knucklebuster mentioned there a few minutes ago, I mean, I remember as a kid Easter egg hunts having to be moved indoors because it was snowing. It's too cold to be out there hunting for Easter eggs, right? Because you never know from one year to the next. Then I also mentioned forecasters are citing later this week, especially in the Friday, Saturday time frame, a big storm coming together. I came across one of now these are models that are several days out, but some of these models are depicting, they talk about the central pressure. AccuWeather actually mentioned that the models are showing the central pressure of this storm later this week could be way down there. The lower the central pressure, the stronger the storm. This particular model from one of the storm chasers, Adam Lucio, says these numbers are very impressive. One member even goes down to 958 millibars. That would put this on par with the infamous Octobomb storm of 2010. Now, the model he's showing has it in the lower 970s. Even the lower 970 millibars would be the strongest storm observed since 2019 for this region of the country. And when they say strongest, that the lower the central pressure, the wind field, you get incredible winds surrounding that low. Yeah, the wind field around this is going to be massive, he says. The model he's showing for, I guess this is Friday, 973 millibars, kind of located there over southeastern South Dakota, northeastern Nebraska. And you've got those very tight gradient, the lines, which that depicts an incredible wind field that will stretch from Canada, southern Canada, all the way down into Texas. So, big winds we'll be watching for later this week. It's pretty much the same thing we do when we're looking at hurricane development there. Philip could probably Phyllis. And when you see that central pressure dropping in a storm, that's what the forecasters watch, right? Lower that central pressure, the stronger a hurricane's becoming. Morning, Philip.
Yes, sir. That is it. Good morning. That's when the lower that pressure goes, the worse that storm is, and that wind field is far out. That's when you see the weather radars and they have the little arrows and they're spread out. You know, if they're real close together, that means the wind is really packing it, and that lower that pressure is, the worse it is. And I can tell you what, Steve, I don't know about you, but when that pressure drops, I can tell a storm's coming. I don't know. Are you that way, Steve, with your sinuses and whatnot?
I'm not one that really ever notices. I know some people say they can feel it in their elbows or their knees or whatever. I don't really think I've ever noticed that.
Yeah, when a hurricane comes, I'm sick. And it's like getting a cold almost. And it's like having a head cold. You know, that pressure drops and it just plays with you, plays with your senses, it plays with everything. I'm a firm believer of that. And, I know a lot of these old timers used to use the term, you hear rheumatiz, I got rheumatiz, that type of thing.
Yep.
I think that kind of goes hand in hand with pressure, because the pressure changes. They affect your body in different ways. But well, it looks like we're going to have some astronauts coming back at the end of the week. I guess Wednesday Crew 10's going to be going off to the space station, and Crew 9's going to be coming back. So we got a couple of people that might be coming back at the end of the week. Hopefully nothing happens to where they have to stay up there. What do you think, Steve?
So the turnaround, once Crew 10 arrives, they'd spend maybe a day or two to get kind of acclimated, settled in, and then Butch and Sonny coming back. That's the plan.
That's the plan. It takes a day or two because they've got to. Well, first off, they got to get up there. They're going to be leaving Wednesday.
Yeah.
And it takes about 6 to 10 hours to actually get up there, depending on their flight plan. I'm not sure what their flight plan is or what way. You know, sometimes they go a certain route. It depends on how they got to chase that thing down. But then after they hand it off to them, it takes about a day or so, because they've got things that they've got to hand off to the other crew, like what they're doing.
Yeah.
And you know, how they're doing things and all that, all the experiments up there, all that stuff has to be taken care of the right way, and you have to do it that way. I mean, within a day of them getting there, they'll probably be back within a day or two, coming back after that. And from what I understand, I don't know if it's right or not. I heard this time they're going to Pacific side. I don't know if that's true or not, because usually they land over here on the Atlantic or in the Gulf when they come back, because of the turnaround for the capsule. But I'd heard mention that they were going to go to the Pacific side and land off over on the Pacific. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. I tend not to think that, because usually when they come back to the Atlantic or they come back to the Gulf. That way they got the turnaround for the capsule for the next flight. They can get it over here to the Cape fast enough and start turning it around, because getting that capsule back, there's a lot of work that has to be done on it before they can relaunch it. It isn't like they just throw it on top of a rocket and call it a day, paint it. No, there's a lot of stuff that has to be gone through before it goes on its next mission. So we'll see how that plays out. But it's just another weekend to me too, Steve. Hey, Steve, what do you think about this world if we didn't have computers and cell phones and tablets? How do you think the world would turn out if we didn't have that, Steve?
It'd be a whole lot like growing up when I was a kid. We didn't have all that stuff. And, being in radio from the time I was, in my mid-teens, we used to have the old Reuters, the little printer thing that would print up news from the Associated Press. And you'd get news that would be 2 and 3 days old, things, from other parts of the world. And, the communication was just so far behind.
Do you think that it would make people think more mechanically instead of like they are today? Everybody today is with today's technology is all, everything's electronically controlled. Yep. and everything, would it make people think more mechanically, if you know what I mean? Engineering would be totally different than what it is now.
Yep.
I know it sounds kind of archaic and whatever, but you think about it, like in the trucks, where we still have mechanical fuel pumps on diesel engines, and be able to run a truck, keep a truck running all the time, that kind of thing, whereas now if your alternator goes out on your truck, you're dead in the water, or your electronic fuel pump, you have no way to turn it over to where it runs mechanically and off the electric. We don't have that anymore. There's a lot of things. I think it would change the outlook on how people do things. I'm not saying we're going to go back to Henry Ford and hand cranking a car, but you think about the stuff that could be, people would change their way of engineering things and the way things would happen. We probably wouldn't have rockets. Mm-hmm. Because there's no way mechanically that you could control something that big, like what Elon Musk did out there with the Starship. There's something that I don't think that we could do that without a computer, because the human mind just cannot think that fast. You know what I mean? And make decisions that fast.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just food for thought. Me and the wife were talking yesterday about it, and you think about it, Steve. It would pull a lot of these kids out of their bedrooms, playing on their computers and playing games, and relying on the internet for everything. A lot of these kids today, everything is based on the internet. It's not based on what you physically know. It's based on the internet or what you've heard on the internet. You think about us, everything we hear is on the internet, and just make people think more. I think it would make us think a lot more. So that's just food for thought, Steve, and I appreciate you having me, and y'all have a good night.
All right, thank you much, Philip. Have a great day. Kicking off the new week. There we go. We were referencing the auto pen, as they reference, they refer to it. Joe Biden, did he actually sign nearly anything? Did he authorize many of these things to be signed via the auto pen? Yeah, Fox Digital reached out to Biden's office for comment on this particular project. Did not receive a reply as of this past day. They also examined the signatures on President Trump's executive orders, which he often signs in public or right there in front of the media. During his first administration and second administration, they found the signatures were also the same. Now, Biden and his administration, however, came under fierce concern and scrutiny over his mental acuity, in particular last year. We kicked off with Biden in the driver's seat of the Democrat Party. The re-election effort, what was shaping up to be a rematch against Trump. Of course, in February, Biden, at 81 years old, his mental capacity fell under public scrutiny after years of conservatives questioning the commander-in-chief's mental fitness. Recall the special counsel Robert Hur investigating the mishandling of classified documents. Now, we don't recommend criminal charges for possessing classified material. He's just a sympathetic, well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory, he said. And everything went to a fever pitch in June of last year after that presidential debate against Trump, where Joe's mental ability was obviously not there. Ultimately dropped out of the race the following month, with the signature on that official document showing it was noticeably different from the signatures on his executive orders. With that report, Missouri's Attorney General wants to know what Joe Biden did and didn't know and for how long he didn't know. He said via a post late last week, the Department of Justice should open a can of worms investigating whether this deluge of executive orders and all those pardons that marked his final weeks came at a time when Joe had no idea what he was actually signing. I am demanding the Department of Justice investigate whether President Biden's cognitive decline allowed unelected staff to push through radical policy without his knowing approval. If true, these executive orders, pardons, and all other actions are unconstitutional and legally void. Now, he attached a copy of the letter that he wrote to Michael Horowitz, the Inspector General of the Department of Justice. He said there were profound reasons to suspect that Joe's staff and political allies exploited his mental decline to issue purported presidential orders without his knowing approval. Bailey said House Speaker Mike Johnson is among those who've said the Democrats tried to prevent him from breaching the Fortress White House to see Biden in person. Johnson, for example, said that staff and elected officials, including former Vice President Kamala Harris and former Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, tried to prevent him from meeting personally with Joe. I mean, presidents always have gatekeepers. But in Joe's case, the walls around him were higher, the controls were greater. According to Democratic lawmakers, donors, and aides who actually worked for Biden and other administrations, staff limited his ability to speak with others and limited the sources of information he consumed. Staffers and the vice president cannot constitutionally evade accountability by laundering far-left orders through a man who doesn't know what he's actually signing. Bailey wrote Horowitz that assuming staff authored Biden's slew of pardons and orders would kind of explain why the Biden administration's orders were aggressively much further to the left than any previous president. If, in fact, Biden's staffers were exploiting his mental decline, those orders are null and void, he says. By now, Biden's mental decline is famous. Under the 25th Amendment, his inability to make decisions should have meant a succession of power. Instead, it appears staffers and officers in the administration may have exploited his incapacity so they could issue orders without an accountable president of sound mind approving them. He said this issue remains crucial, even with Biden out of office, who has been running the country for the last few years. I fear that Mr. Biden, while he held the office of president, did so in name only and was a mere puppet, for the far left, unelected staffers. The American people deserve to know the truth. I quoted Democratic National Committee fundraiser Lindy Lee as recently saying that the people who ran the country for the last 4 years were actually his staff, his wife, and his son, Hunter Biden. I thus ask you to launch an investigation or refer my request to another investigative body to determine which of Biden's purported orders were knowingly issued by a competent president and which were not. Back in January of last year, Speaker Johnson said he was actually worried that Joe didn't know what he was signing. According to the Free Press of D.C., Johnson said Biden actually told him that he had not paused exports of liquefied natural gas when he had, in fact, done so. And Johnson said, I'm convinced that Joe wasn't lying to me. He genuinely did not know what he had signed. And I walked out of that meeting with fear and loathing because I thought, we're in serious trouble here. Who is running the country? Like, I don't know who put the paper in front of him, but he didn't know. Yeah, we've all been saying that. Listeners to this program and many other conservatives have been saying that for, well, pretty much all 4 years the guy was in office, right? All right, under industry headlines. Well, this is going to be a costly mistake. A trucking company and a truck driver issued more than 24 tickets and nearly $40,000 in fines after a bridge strike crash in Edmonton last week. Yeah, it happened at an overpass after midnight last Tuesday in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. According to the Edmonton Journal, a semi-truck hauling construction equipment collided with the 34th Street overpass in the early morning hours, forcing the closure of all lanes, halting westbound traffic on the freeway. Yeah, the turning lane on that overpass was still closed as of Thursday afternoon. This collision caused a lot of disruption for drivers throughout the day and the night. This is an important reminder for drivers of big semis. Make sure you have all your equipment set up for regulations. If they're going through areas like an overpass or bridge, you're following the required legislation for traveling on those roadways. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police issued 5 tickets. Those tickets require a court appearance. The Edmonton Police issued 13 tickets for a total of almost $25,000 in fines. 9 more tickets were issued to the trucking company for over $13,000 in fines, and then a final ticket was issued to the truck driver for causing damage to the roadway. That ticket will also require a court appearance, and the driver could face fines equivalent to the cost of the overpass repairs. All right, not sure if that was a larger company, a small operation. That's the kind of thing that can literally put you out of business, right? All right, coming up, we'll get back to the calls. Eagle checks in, brain dead, talking a little racing action over the weekend. I think he's pretty excited that NHRA action is back underway, of course, and he'll get his take on Christopher Bell, 3 in a row. Could it possibly be 4 in a row? Doesn't happen often, but he would be joining some very elite company if he were able to pull that off, right? So that's all coming up here. Meanwhile, our number 844-844-3388. Looks like the Centers for Disease Control is actually planning a study. We're going to look into the possible links between autism and vaccines. It's been a big topic of discussion for years. We'll tell you more on that as we roll into a Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump's envoy for hostages says Palestinian militant group Hamas is open to a peace deal with Israel where they disarm and give up their political power. Adam Bowler told Fox News Sunday his direct negotiations with Hamas aimed at freeing American hostages are showing promise.
We also discussed what the end might look like, and I will tell you that Hamas did orient toward a long-term truce, as they called it.
He went on to say he's been keeping Israeli officials informed on the progress of the talks as well. The Department of Homeland Security is ending its collective bargaining agreement with the Transportation Security Administration employees.
Department said the union contract was jeopardizing the safety of travelers, claiming that some employees were exploiting benefits and spending too much time with union matters. The union called it a pretext for attacking the rights of regular working Americans across the country. I'm Jim Forbes.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Word from the Department of Transportation Friday that we have, well, at least an acting head of the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, Adrian Camir. In January, Camir was appointed to serve as the FMCSA's senior advisor. Before that, she was chief counsel for the Federal Highway Administration during Trump's first term. During that time, she oversaw all legal services related to the Federal Highway Administration's management of the Federal Highway Program. Kamir possesses more than 20 years of legal, regulatory, and compliance experience within the private and academic sectors. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy said, "I'm pleased to welcome Adrienne Kamir as acting administrator of the FMCSA. She is a dedicated leader who brings executive experience, vision, and a strong commitment to safety. I have no doubt the FMCSA will continue to make our roads safer and keep America moving under her leadership." So she's going to lead the agency's efforts to advance highway safety, improve supply chain efficiency, and restore common sense principles to regulatory oversight. Thank you to President Trump and Secretary Duffy for their confidence in me to serve in this role, she says. I am honored to lead the FMCSA and its mission to prevent commercial motor vehicle crashes, fatalities, and injuries. I look forward to closely working with all stakeholders to advance our safety goals. All right, before the change in administrations, Vin White had been FMCSA's acting leader since past June. We have not had a confirmed FMCSA administrator since Robin Hutchison stepped down back in January of 2024. But during her tenure, they were working toward rulemakings to mandate speed limiters as well as automatic emergency braking systems on heavy-duty vehicles, as you recall. Now, considering the new administration's commitment to regulatory rollback, neither of those rulemakings appears to have any momentum during this particular presidential term. As I suspected, it's all going to go kind of to the back burner, right? All right. Eagle has some comments. Morning, Eagle. Welcome back.
Okay. I appreciate you putting me back on. Hey, listen, Steve, y'all got a couple things I wanted to talk about. I didn't get a chance to say in the first call. First, I would say something about NASCAR, because I know you got brain dead on, and maybe you can comment about what I'm about to say. I was looking at some things about the race in Phoenix today after I talked to you earlier, and Denny Hamlin had some comments. He, even though that was his teammate that he was racing against at the end and he lost to Bell, he thinks that Bell might have done some dirty racing, forced him into the wall, on the last lap before the finish line. But Bell, from what I've seen, it looked like he was just driving his car aggressive and hard. You never like to race against your teammate. You don't want to wreck both of the cars. Teammates, you never want to have an accident. That's not a good look when two teammates wreck out each other. But it's, from what I've seen, Bell, he was doing what he was supposed to do to win the race. He tried to stay away from Hamlin. There's only a certain amount of track for everybody. But Denny Hamlin to come on TV and talk bad about his teammate and saying that he think that he did some dirty racing. Denny Hamlin, I like Denny Hamlin, but he shouldn't have made those comments. He got beat fair and square. Like I said, the guy, if he really wanted to wreck him, he could have wrecked him on Bell and really would put him in done even more damage. So he needs to be happy with his second place and don't, you never want to talk bad about one of your teammates, because you got to work with that guy for the rest of the year. So maybe, Denny Hamlin, maybe he needs to think about what he say before he do these interviews. Now, see, I wanted to comment earlier today. I forgot you had said that the gorge was open going to North Carolina, and I drove through the gorge today, and it is open, 2-lane traffic. There wasn't much traffic though. Apparently a lot of truck drivers don't know that it's reopened, because normally the gorge is full of trucks, and it was empty. I was shocked to see there was more cars behind me than there was trucks in line. Normally when you go through the gorge, you got to train of trucks, because the speed limit is so slow. you look in your mirror, you might have 15, 20 trucks riding behind you, and I didn't see not one damn truck all the way through there from North Carolina to Tennessee. I was shocked. But like I say, and the truck stop was empty too, because I had stopped at a truck stop last night, and North Carolina truck stops are empty on 40 because a lot of people are still going around the long way up 26 over to Johnson City over to 81 to get down to Knoxville. You don't have to do that no more. You can run 40 through Asheville to get to Knoxville now. So drivers that interested, it's a 2-lane traffic on one side. And by the way, Steve, the road, I thought they were lying when they said that the road got washed away, but I saw it firsthand today. The whole damn lane of traffic going through there is washed away, especially on the Tennessee side. If you're going back east towards Asheville, over there on the side of the river, the whole roadway got washed away. So they definitely wasn't lying. I don't think they ever gonna get that part open. It's gonna take years to get that rebuilt, from what I've seen today of the roadway. So it might be 2-lane traffic going through there for a long time, from what I've seen today. But anybody that's headed that way, you can take 40 now. Now, one other comment I wanted to talk about, Steve, before I hang up with you, and that's with the situation with what's his name, Trump. Right quick, he made another statement about Hamas and Hamas situation. They still apparently got hostages, and they releasing them dead bodies and other things at will. And Donald Trump said that he's tired of playing games with these people, and that they need to get all these people back to released. So we'll see. Hopefully Donald Trump will take some kind of action because Hamas, they need to be learned that they can't just terrorize and do what they do to people, and get this situation done and over with. Because it seems like Israel is releasing all these Palestinians. They're releasing a whole lot of people, and it seems like Hamas is not. It seems like they're not doing their part of the deal. So it's time to stop playing games with those guys. Either they're gonna release all the hostages, or like Trump says, all hell's gonna break loose, and that's exactly what needs to happen. And I thank you for taking my call.
There you go. All right. Thank you much, Eagle. Have a great morning. About 18 before the hour. 844-844-3388. For our friends out west, we saw some much-needed rain and mountain snow across portions of the Southwest in recent days. Given a relatively dry winter, much of the region is still in extreme to exceptional drought. This brief break is going to last through today, Monday in the Southwest. Rain already returning to northwest Washington over the weekend, generally light in Seattle. Heavier rain around the Puget Sound area. That precip moving further inland tonight and through the day Monday. As the rain gets to the Washington Cascades, air will be colder and precip will fall as snow. Several inches of snow may accumulate before things become lighter Monday afternoon. An offshore storm will then arrive in Southern California come Tuesday. This should pass to the south of the northwest, northern, and central California. More beneficial rain and mountain snow will fall in those drought areas. Anyway, the trend with this storm's been moving south, with San Francisco missing out on the precip. Rain shouldn't cause any flooding issues in the L.A. area, with maybe a tenth to a half an inch of rain falling during the event. The rain and mountain snow can move into Arizona by Tuesday night, after Flagstaff picked up 18.9 inches of snow this past Thursday and Friday. Could see a few more inches there Tuesday night. Meanwhile, the next car in the train of storms arrives in the northwest Tuesday night. Rain and snow spreading further into Washington, Oregon, and Northern California come Wednesday as everything continues to spread further south. And with cold air in place, several feet of snow may fall in the Sierra Mountains of California Wednesday and Thursday. It looks like ski resorts will have the most significant accumulation. Snow levels will fall to somewhere between 3,000 and 5,000 feet. Outside the mountains, precip will fall in the form of rain. Widespread rain, much heavier and more significant than that with Tuesday's storm in California. San Francisco, you may pick up 1 to 1.5 inches of rain. And this will also bring a second round of rain into Southern California. It is 844-844-3388. Jesse, who we got on board? Is it Bucky?
Buckwheat.
Oh, Buckwheat. What's going on, Buckwheat? How you been?
I've been all right. I'm getting excited. Today and tomorrow I'm going to be going a little bit place different again. I normally run New York City, but I'm going to be heading up into the Finger Lakes area and Dundee, New York, and picking up eggs, that expensive product from a farm.
Oh, boy.
And then running them out to Indiana. Yeah. So, there was this avian flu. They make us, we have little knapsacks, the 2-gallon garden sprayers, full disinfect that we have to spray over each of the wheels before we get to the farm. And when we leave the farm, we got to spray the wheels again. So kind of trying to cut down this avian flu that's going around. But I've heard some, like when COVID was around, there's many different ways of people doing it. But this avian flu, I talked to a friend from church, and he said, 30, 40 years ago, he remembers when his brother had chickens and they got avian flu, and all they did is they just walked through the chicken house and threw out the chickens that died. But, now they kill the whole chickens. Even generally, half the chickens would survive. So, then they would be immune to it. But, so they have a new way of doing things now. I'm not sure if it's better or not, but so anyhow. And another thing is, this Thursday I got a biopsy scheduled after you get 2 months of bad blood work and then a CAT scan that they see that they don't like, and they want to do some more testing. And so I had kidney cancer about almost 3 years ago, and so I guess they're looking got some sort of cancer again. But anyhow, hopefully cream of wheat there. When I had kidney cancer and they went and operated, took out my kidney, hopefully she can behave herself. Because when I was in there in the operating room, I had a little trouble. I didn't want to wake up right away, and she's getting sort of anxious, and she was wondering what was happening to me, and finally they said, "Oh, okay, we found him. We couldn't find a room for me because of COVID, and so they finally found me, and they took her up to the room, and she was carrying all my bags of stuff and that, and she went and set them in the room there, and she seen they were working on who she thought was me, and then she seen that they were discussing, and they said, "We're not quite ready for you yet." And then she seen a couple of nurses outside the room talking, and she could sense there was a problem. And so she went up to them and says, I'm this guy's wife. What seemed to be the issue? And they looked at her and said, "Well, you're the issue." And she said, "What do you mean?" She said, "Well, this guy in this room don't have a wife, and he's getting upset that they said his wife's out here to see him." And so here, they had sent her to the wrong person. They had seen a person with the same last name.
Wow.
And the same birthday. And the funny thing is that they took her up into the psych ward So this here psych ward patient was really causing a ruckus that he had a wife and he didn't know about it. But anyhow, it's
so he really thought he was going. He thought he was going crazy. I don't have a wife.
Yeah. He got to the hospital without a wife, and he gets a wife in the hospital, But anyhow, like I shared in church on Sunday that, stuff that's going on. I said, hey, when you got tough stuff going on, it's best to look at the comedy side of life, life throws you curves, and, you got to be positive, and, keep a positive light on things. But, so hopefully we can still see you at the truck show. That's our plan yet. So I don't know what's going to title from this Thursday, what they're going to find out. But, that's all I have right now. The other thing is, you were talking about the DOGE cut out the watering of the plants. I seen something yesterday that they had 1,050 licenses for Adobe Reader that they weren't being used, that the DOGE had found and cut them. And some people don't like being cut, but I think sometimes you got to trim the fat, and that's a good thing that DOGE is doing. But so anyhow, all right, we'll speak at you later.
Hey, appreciate you checking in. We'll be thinking about you. Prayers for buckwheat, that all goes well with the prognosis there. And it is 844-844-3388.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Jump up, see what's going on there. He is welcome back, Brain Dead. I guess you had some business to tend to there.
Yeah, it's kind of when you have the shop steward want to talk to you for a second, it kind of takes a little more precedence. He was asking me a few questions, but anyway, no, you were going to ask me about what I thought about the race.
Yeah, Christopher Bell, 3 in a row. How about that? You didn't think that would happen?
No, I didn't, but, any given Sunday, but, Eagle pretty much stole all of my thoughts again and exactly what I was thinking again. I mean, I don't understand it, but it is official, though. Let's flip over to F1 for a minute. F1 Cadillac is going to be in F1 starting in 2026. This is official as the 11th manufacturer. Now, here's the big rumor that's floating around is who's going to take the seat. Colton Herta is the odds-on favorite to take this seat, and when he was interviewed, he said that he's unsure if he's going to take the seat. This is a pretty big seat to fill. I mean, Kyle Larson, you know, you could take him out of a cup car. He can win in about anything, given the chance. But he's obviously has got the sprint cars figured out and the dirt cars figured out. But could he figure out the Indy cars? Because if I remember right, this year he's doing that double dip again. So if he wins the double dip, what's to say? If he wins the IndyCar race, what's to say he doesn't move over to F1? Because those cars are similar, but they're a little bit different, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So Connor Zilich is now going back to Xfinity. He's not going to run any more Cup races this year, and I think he should run a few more Cup races. Quite honestly, I mean, he's a good up and coming kid. He got his feet wet. He did really decent for a young guy like that. So what's to say next year he doesn't come out and just slaughter him as a rookie? I mean, who knows? Oh yeah, there is a rumor floating around too, Steve, about the NASCAR race in Mexico City being canceled. No, that is a rumor. That is not going to happen. NASCAR said Friday in a conference, a little press conference they had, that they are going forward regardless of what's going on with the race in Mexico. Now, can they change it? Oh, yes, they can change it. And the contingency plan is they're going to set up the Roval there at Daytona for that race like they did in California back in the 2001 season when COVID hit. So we got that. Let me get to my notes here. Oh yeah, Kyle Busch. Now you remember what happened? Now you remember what happened last week with Austin Cindric right hooking Ty Dillon there at the Dakota race.
Right.
Kyle Busch, and I kind of sort of see where he's coming from because he had a media availability day, and he said that Austin.
Yeah, I'm looking at the clock. Hold the thought there. We'll come back. Following the news.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. U.S. and Ukrainian officials are planning to hold peace talks in Saudi Arabia in the coming week. President Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, addressed the coming discussions while speaking to reporters on Thursday.
And I think the idea is to get down a framework for a peace agreement and an initial ceasefire as well.
This comes as Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is attempting to repair relations with the U.S. following a heated exchange with President Trump in the Oval Office. An Indiana man has been taken to a Washington, D.C. hospital after what is described as an armed confrontation with police and Secret Service outside the White House earlier this morning. Shortly after midnight, a man thought to be suicidal was spotted with a weapon not far from the White House. Following an exchange of gunfire, the Indiana man was shot and taken to the hospital where his condition is not known. No Secret Service personnel were injured. President Trump was at his Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida at the time of the shooting. House Republicans are unveiling a short-term funding bill to keep the government running through September.
The 6-month plan includes cuts to non-defense programs and the IRS. The 99-page bill is in the form of a continuing resolution known as a CR, which Democrats strongly oppose. House leaders say the bill has White House support ahead of Friday's shutdown deadline. Speaker Mike Johnson said this week he thinks Republicans will be able to pass it along party lines, with a floor vote expected as soon as Tuesday. I'm Lisa Carton.
The Department of Health and Human Services is offering all employees a voluntary buyout.
This weekend, administration officials confirmed all 80,000 HHS employees were offered, quote, a voluntary separation incentive payment of $25,000. Last month, HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. said he had a list of staffers at the department he would like to see removed. I'm Jim Forbes.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
The Vatican says Pope Francis has shown a gradual slight improvement over the last few days.
Over the weekend, the Vatican said the Pope's oxygen exchange has improved. He doesn't have a fever, and blood count tests remain stable. Francis received the Eucharist in the morning on Saturday and rested and worked in the afternoon. The 88-year-old went into a Rome hospital with a severe respiratory infection on February 14th and has since been fighting double pneumonia. I'm Chris Caraccio.
NASA confirms the 2 astronauts stranded on the International Space Station for the better part of 9 months are preparing to come home. After being aboard the ISS for all that time, the space agency announced that Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams will return to Earth on March 16th. The Boeing Starliner spacecraft that they launched in was deemed unsafe for the return flight, so now they'll be assisted in their journey home by SpaceX. Daylight savings time has a documented health effect on humans, but apparently can also impact dogs.
It can cause some house pets to wonder why their feeding schedule seems different at first, but can also have a more significant effect on working dogs. Researchers at the University of Toronto looked at how daylight saving time affected sled dogs. They found that the time switch led to an increase in activity before their handlers arrived, but the dogs got back to normal after 1 or 2 days. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
The average price for a gallon of gasoline is $3.08. That's according to AAA. The most expensive gas in the country is found in Kauai, Hawaii, $5.14 a gallon, while Jones County, Mississippi has it down to $2.47 a gallon. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for Medishare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
the CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
All right, coming up in this hour, ways to improve your diesel engine performance. Not every modification has the same impact on diesel truck performance. However, by choosing multiple changes, you can progressively improve your power, fuel efficiency. We'll tell you how. And that's by using Hotshot Secret products, right? Okay, back to Brain Dead. All right, somebody took a left hook into somebody else. So where did we leave off there, Brain Dead?
Yeah, the race last week at the COTA, the Circuit of Americas, when Austin Cindric right hooked Todd Dillon. And Kyle Busch was asked about that as like the media availability day there at the track at Phoenix. And he makes a valid point. He said that it should be in the rule book that if you right hook somebody that you do get a one race suspension. And I'll agree to that. However, what NASCAR looked at is that it didn't bring out a caution. There was no damage to either vehicle, and it was at a lower speed, not like being right hooked at Daytona, Talladega, Atlanta, etc., any kind of those tracks. So I can see why NASCAR did the fine like that, but I do agree with Kyle Busch, though. It does need to be put in the rule book. Now, I know they do the Xfinity races on the CW, and a lot of people are pissed off in Atlanta right now at the CW because there was a very controversial finish there at the end of the Xfinity race when Alex Bowman got walled by Eric Almirola at the end of the race. Mm-hmm. Because what happened was they were showing the race live on the CW, and then all of a sudden here comes a Braves commercial, and then you missed exactly what happened.
Really?
I think NASCAR or CW, one of the two, needs to do live flag-to-flag coverage of the race to keep this from actually happening, to make sure that people who want to see the race see the race. It's beyond me. Why they even went to the CW, I guess it was a money thing, because who knows, maybe with all of the, what do you call it, the streaming services.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that Netflix didn't pick it up. But real quick, in the NHRA world, did you see that Bob Tiska is pissed off right now? Did you see that?
No, sir.
During the off season, Fox Sports inked the deal, the rights to broadcast Indy cars. but they also have the rights to broadcast all the NHRA races. Well, some announcer person said that IndyCar is the fastest sport on earth. Okay, if Indy cars can only go 220 miles an hour and NHRA goes 300 miles an hour, you tell me which one's the fastest on earth.
Okay.
I mean, hell, the damn bikes go 200. I mean, that's enough in itself to have my respect. Get on a little motorcycle and go a quarter mile down the track for, with nothing holding you in, pretty much. But now he said that fake news should go back. He called it fake news. Said that they should go back and get out of the sports business. And you know what? I kind of sort of agree with it, but I think that maybe the announcer or whoever did the interview like that should actually understand that there's more racing than just IndyCar or NASCAR. That there is NHRA, and they do go a heck of a lot faster, Steve. But with that being said, my friend, I hope you have a good day.
Thank you for the update there. Brain dead. Yeah, I mean, they had a run yesterday that was, 333 miles per hour. I think that's pretty fast. All right, Pappy joins us here on a Monday morning. Pappy.
Morning, Steve. What's happening, bub?
Greatest day of the week.
Yes, sir, it is, because I'm off the next 2 days. Weather's going to be just peachy. Steve, you're on to something here, man, what you were talking about earlier. A couple weeks ago, I saw that interview with Mike Johnson. Steve. Man, when you watch that interview and you see Mike Johnson, he talking about this, that he went into the Oval Office to discuss his natural gas stop it, and Biden, he was just like demanding that, no, he did not do this. And Johnson is like, Mr. President, you did do it. Do I need to get the document and bring it in here and show it to you? Man, when you watch Johnson talk about it, man, it was like, and he even, like you said, he even said, I don't think it was like he was forgetful. I think he literally did not think he signed that document. So what got the ball rolling on this was apparently when he came out and signed that document that he was not going to run, he was dropping out of the race.
Mm-hmm.
People got a little curious and looked at that signature and thought it was fake. They thought Biden did not sign that. So when they got to looking into it, they found out, well, indeed, he did sign it. But what's up with all these other documents, man, that were not matching?
Mm-hmm. So that's what that's what the Missouri Attorney General he's wanted to open and invest. How many executive orders, if they're null and void? I mean, most of them have probably been overturned already anyway by Trump.
Yeah, but I mean, there's other stuff though, Steve. I mean, the House Oversight Committee is looking into this, and how many of these documents, even legislation, maybe were signed without his knowledge?
Yeah.
Or worse, against his will? What were these people doing? Did they take advantage of Biden knowing that he had spaghetti brains? They knew this all along. That's why he got elected, or that's why they ran him.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, I mean, you got the ability to change foreign and domestic policy. Is that not an insurrection if you are literally taking over the presidency without this guy knowing it?
Right.
There could be some serious criminal violations here, if you ask me, man. This was done like in secret. Hey, we're going to draft this up, this executive order, or this document, or this legislation that goes through. And you notice, like you said, Trump's out there signing them on TV.
Right.
I don't ever recall. I'm sure he probably did in the beginning, maybe, but I don't recall Biden having a presser where he's signing these executive orders. What was that thing you said they used to sign a lot of these documents? I'm having a brain
auto pen
malfunction.
An auto pen.
Auto pen. Yeah, if they were using auto pens to sign any legal document of any kind, Steve, that's null and void, buddy. Sorry. There could be some serious repercussions here. Hey, I heard Hunter Biden's artwork is not worth any money now.
Nobody buying it anymore. Yeah, right.
Nobody buying it. And if they do, they're not paying the hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars they were for a painting. Now that the big guy's not in office anymore. What's that tell you, Steve? Everybody buying these daggone artworks is just like his whole deal with Burisma and all his other little partners in crime. You buying his artwork gains you political access to the president. All a big scam, man. Hey, but no, seriously, good report on that. Keep your eye out on this, man. This could turn out to be something bigger than what we think here, man. Like I said, whistleblowers are going to be coming out of the woodwork. Hey, the vice president he's got a house here in Cincinnati.
JD, yeah, I heard something about something happened downtown Cincinnati over the weekend.
Well, I don't know about that, but I know on Friday he came out to a steakhouse after Montgomery and Kenwood, or not Kenwood, Montgomery and out there in Sycamore Township. My sometimers is really kicking in. I can't think of the name of the daggone side, the other street that crosses Montgomery out there by Harper's Point. Yeah, Steve, apparently, there's an off-duty detail that he can sign up for when I guess he comes in town a lot, man. And he's got the full motorcade deal, there's no sneaking him around anywhere. He's got the full motorcade, obviously Secret Service, and so anytime he goes anywhere, it's kind of a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
But, I tried to call you earlier. I guess you were busy doing show prep. I was going to tell you something, but all right, brother. That's all I got, man.
All right, good to hear from you.
2 nights off.
I'll enjoy the time off. There you go, about 18 past the hour. Yeah, I'm looking here, kind of like in our local news. J.D. Vance spoke to some of the protesters that had gathered near his home Saturday, voicing their opposition with signs and flags. Let's see, the intersection of Columbia Parkway and William Howard Taft. 30, 40 people, primarily displaying signs supporting Ukraine, according to the report. Vance posted about the incident on X, saying, "Today, while walking my 3-year-old daughter, a group of Slava Ukraini protesters followed us around and shouted as my daughter grew increasingly anxious and scared. I decided to speak with the protesters in the hopes that I could trade a few minutes of conversation for them leaving my toddler alone. Nearly all of them agreed. It was mostly respectful conversation. But if you're chasing a 3-year-old as part of a political protest, you're a shish kebab person. This marked the second day of protests, with attendance reportedly doubling from the previous day, while the demonstrators got honks, people honking horns, and support from passing drivers. There were also some expletive-laden exchanges with supporters of J.D. Vance and President Trump. They had another protest apparently this past afternoon, Sunday afternoon, in the same area. Our number on a Monday is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, what do you say? Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Cases like this, it's kind of confusing to me why you have an individual that's been convicted to life in prison more than once. But they continue to hold. I mean, trials cost money, attorneys, and we're talking about the guy known as the truck stop killer. Was convicted of another murder in January. Last week, he was sentenced for what is now the 3rd murder conviction. Bruce Mendenhall sentenced to an additional 65 years in prison for the 2007 murder of Karma Purpura of Indianapolis. Now, he's already, like I said, serving 2 life sentences in Tennessee for a pair of murders, and he's still facing a trial for an Alabama murder. He's also under investigation for murders in Georgia, Illinois, New Mexico, Oklahoma, and Texas. Authorities say Mendenhall met his Indiana victim at a Flying J truck stop in Marion County back in 2007. That woman's body discovered 4 years after she disappeared off the side of the Kentucky highway. in a ravine, evidence of a lethal bullet wound to her head. Now, evidence against Mendenhall included a .22 caliber rifle and a collection of the victims' bloody clothing. And that was the guy the manhunt was on for the yellow truck, the distinctive yellow truck. So how many murders? But so he's life in prison, but we're feeding him, housing him. Again, it's just kind of confusing to me. All right, 10 ways to improve your diesel engine's performance. Well, let's start with fuel additives. Putting additives in your fuel can help maintain and clean your engine. There's several different types of additives, and each one is designed to help with a specific issue, like handling cold weather, improving lubricity, reducing buildup in your engine components. When you put fuel additives in your truck, you improve fuel efficiency and spend less on diesel. They can help your engine run more efficiently and improve acceleration. That would be your hot shot secret. First of all, your Diesel Extreme for the whole clean out. And then every fill-up, use the Everyday Diesel treatment. Oil additives next on the list. Another way to upgrade your vehicle with the right additive, you can extend the life of your engine and other parts like the turbo. Oil keeps everything lubricated, but also works to keep your engine clean. These additives enhance this ability and can even help remove buildups of stiction in your engine. Obviously, that is Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Now, some people like to remove some of that equipment from their vehicles, like the diesel exhaust fluids, the diesel particulate filters, your EGR systems. Removing these systems may help improve your vehicle's performance, but it comes, first of all, at an environmental cost. Tampering with these systems is illegal in this country. Due to changes in engineering, they actually say many of our modern vehicles actually run better with these systems in place. But don't be messing around with removing those sort of things or trying to bypass the systems. Another way to improve performance is a cold air intake kit. With that modification, you can funnel more air into your engine, keeping the engine cool while increasing power. Cold air intake kits also keep engine noise low. You can also switch out your performance air filter while installing a clean filter that can boost your vehicle's performance. You can also buy filters specifically designed to actually improve horsepower. Bypass oil filters. As the oil runs through your engine, it collects soot and other particulates. Over time, it becomes sticky and it can turn into buildup. One of the best ways to prevent this is adding a bypass filtration system to your oil filter. With this deep filtration down to 2 microns, you can use that same oil for a much longer time, reducing engine wear. Bypass filters can also help your oil stay cleaner, which is going to improve your efficiency and your fuel performance. You can find bypass filter systems via our website at hotshotsecret.com. We'll be right back.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. U.S. and Ukrainian officials are planning to hold peace talks in Saudi Arabia in the coming week. President Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, addressed the coming discussions while speaking to reporters on Thursday.
And I think the idea is to get down a framework for a peace agreement and an initial ceasefire as well.
This comes as Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is attempting to repair relations with the U.S. following a heated exchange with President Trump in the Oval Office. An Indiana man has been taken to a Washington, D.C. hospital after what is described as an armed confrontation with police and Secret Service outside the White House earlier this morning. Shortly after midnight, a man thought to be suicidal was spotted with a weapon not far from the White House. Following an exchange of gunfire, the Indiana man was shot and taken to the hospital where his condition is not known. No Secret Service personnel were injured. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Docs Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Docs cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Of course, it is everybody's favorite day of the week. Manic Monday. There you go. Dingbat says, hope you had a good weekend. I had to work 2 more days till it's my Friday. Looking at today's notable birthdays. This date, 1925, James Earl Ray was born. In 1940, and Chuck Norris, born on this day. 1922, a DJ and host of the Grand Ole Opry, Ralph Emery, was born. And finally, on this date, 1957, it was Playboy Playmate and model Shannon Tweed born. All right, today is National Pack Your Lunch Day. It is National Fill Our Staplers Day. All right, National Bagpipe Day. There you go. It is National Mario Day. It is National Day of Women Judges. Okay, it's National Ranch Day, and I wonder if you're buying the wings today. It is National Landline Telephone Day, which there are not many landline telephones left out there today, are there? There are a couple of others. It is National Skirt Day. It is National Paper Money Day. And finally, this is right up your alley. It is National Napping Day. I can go for that. All right, got the Wayback Machine fired up. Make sure your tray tables are in the upright locked position. 1862 on this date, the U.S. issues its first paper money in 5, 10, 20, 50, 100, 500, and $1,000 bills. In this day and age, the 100, of course, is the largest currency in circulation. 1913 on this date, William Knox becomes the first person in the American Bowling Congress to bowl a perfect game. 1945, nighttime B-29 bombings sets Tokyo on fire, killing 100,000 people. 1948, Herbert H. Hoover becomes the first civilian to break the speed of sound, flying the Bell X aircraft. And in 1977, the rings of Uranus discovered from Earth. And finally, 1978, The Incredible Hulk premieres. Yeah, Lou Ferrigno and what was the others? Bill Bixby, wasn't it? I think was that the original Incredible Hulk? Yeah, as a kid, that was one of my favorites to watch. It wasn't actually a cartoon. It's 844-844-3388. Carl, what's happening? How was your weekend, I guess, first?
It was okay. It was okay weekend. It was better than working, I'll tell you that right now. But, thank you for taking my call. Getting a little bit of rain down here in Alabama by Talladega down here this morning. Looking forward to the better temperatures this week. But like you said there, next week it's probably going to be a little bit cooler, I can imagine. But getting into the issues, of course we saw the caveman raise his cane to Donald Trump in the big speech there on Tuesday, and of course he got censured on account of that, and now he's protesting on that too, with several of the Congress members there on the Democrat side. And it's just a political show what they're doing there. They don't have a plan for nothing, okay? I mean, they have had their 4 years, and they did what they did, okay, which was basically a bunch of putting the United States into the basement, in other words. But now Donald Trump is having to dig us out of that hole. That's why we elected him, because we didn't want to have to face Kamala Harris every day. But, yeah, we're getting into a lot of things right now with what Donald Trump has his work cut out for him with Ukraine and Russia and, of course, the tariff deal. You see, the tariffs, a lot of people don't really, they're not digging deep into this. They ought to just try to dig deeper and find out why Donald Trump is doing the tariffs, okay? Then they would be able to understand a little bit more about it. The thing is, you know, he's getting these people to think about what they're doing, okay? Canada needs to start thinking about what they're doing to the United States instead of just going on about their own business with tariffs on us, okay? And the thing is that we haven't been tariffing them the way they've been tariffing us. And that's the issue with Donald Trump. He's saying, yeah, we've got to get our money back here somehow because they're tariffing us. It's costing us money to get their goods and or vice versa. And here we are not charging them a dime. We're not doing anything, you know? We're just allowing them to get money from us, and we're not getting any money from them at all in reciprocal, you know? So, and they're allowing the fentanyl problem, too. That's a big deal, okay? Because, you know, we shouldn't, it ought to be zero, okay? It ought to be zero. We realize there's going to be some that sneak in, you know, occasionally with that. But you've got to get it down to the level of okay, you've got it under control. All right? So right now it's not under control. And we're working to get that done, but we need their help, and they're not really giving us that help. So we see that Trump is going to make them think about it even more. And to be honest, I couldn't care less if he put 1,000% on them, you know, just to get their attention. Say, hey, you're going to have to really do something here, or you get 1,000% tariff on you, okay? And that'll last about 2 or 3 days, and then they'll come to their senses, okay? But yes, I know that it's affecting us on our 401ks because I've looked at mine the past 2 weeks and I've lost a significant amount of money, okay, within the past 2 weeks because that's the way the market works, all right? If it's in the red, it's going down low, okay, the market, you see it's in the red, you're losing money, okay? When it's in the green, and it goes back up, you're gaining money, okay? So you'll see that the markets will fluctuate with this tariff business, okay? They're really getting into the heart of the matter with picking and choosing what they want, you know, us to do as Americans. They want us to put pressure on Trump. The market is wanting us to put pressure on Trump as citizens, okay, and say, hey, we don't want these tariffs because you're stealing money out of our 401k, you know, and this, that, and the other. But you know that the 401k is going to improve as soon as the tariffs are taking hold and doing their job, and it has to do with jobs, too. It has to do with jobs. We're allowing our jobs to go across the borders into Mexico and into Canada as well. So, I mean, these jobs need to come back to America. A lot of them do, okay? And there's so many jobs out there, okay? And there's a lot of them that shouldn't be in Canada. A lot of them shouldn't be in Mexico. And we've seen that Honda, okay, this past week, they made that announcement. They're coming back
Yep.
from Mexico.
Yep.
They're going into Indiana, where that's proper. They should be back in Indiana, where they belong. Okay, that's the issue, and Trump is working on that. And a lot of people just need to get down to business and start to understand that. And the independents, okay, out here who are voting, okay, the independents, I think, this is my personal opinion, Steve. Okay, anybody can vote for whoever they want. It's okay. Okay, I mean, I'm not gonna say, this person needs to vote this particular way. But independents, you need to look at who is in your party. Okay, who do you have that's going to win an election? Is what I'd like to know. And who is it? Is it Bernie Sanders? He's an independent. Okay. Yeah. Do you really want him to win an election? Okay. I mean, do you really? He's already there as a senator, doing things what he's doing. Okay. He needs to be voted out. He needs to be primaried out of the Senate. He needs to go back home. Okay. He's just no good. And when you start looking at the people that are in your party, it's like Democrats, okay? When you look at them and you see what they have to offer, well, it's nothing. I mean, they've got a bunch of idiots, okay? And they're showing their faces everywhere. And it's just terrible what they got. But when you look at the Republicans, they've got reasonable people, okay? They're reasonable. Okay, yeah, they've got a few, like Mitch McConnell and Murkowski and a couple of others that are kind of crazy on some votes, and they do these things along with the Democrats. But overall, the Republican Party is worthy of changing your voting registration, okay? It's worthy. The Republican Party is worthy of changing voter registration to the Republican Party and where you belong, okay? You don't need to be hanging on the fence with the independents, because that's where they are. You see they're hanging on the fence all the time, or either doing radical stuff like Bernie Sanders, and so I just thought I'd make that point there a little bit. But here we've got something with Iran coming up, okay, too. I'd like to mention Lindsey Graham this morning on the Sunday morning news got my attention a little bit. He said, and whether it's true or not, I don't know, but I'm quoting him, okay? He said that Iran right now, and they developed it during the Biden administration with our money that we gave to them, and we helped them develop 6. Okay, correct. They have enough uranium that is
highly enriched.
Uranium.
Highly enriched, yes, enough to make enough to make 6
to become. Yes, sir.
6 nuclear bombs. Yep. That's why Trump's been alluding to Israel maybe taking out some of their nuclear sites. Where that goes, nobody knows, I guess. But all right, we'll get a quick time out here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Headlines. Keenan Advantage Group, are you familiar, announced late last week that they've acquired the dry bulk hauler Evergreen Transport. Mobile, Alabama-based Evergreen specializes in the transportation of dry bulk commodities, ash, cement, lime, sand, in addition to food-grade commodities. A fleet of 158 tractors, 338 trailers out of 4 terminals across Alabama. The 37-year-old carrier also provides dump trailer, flatbed, and container services. Evergreen's roughly 100 drivers and 45 operations employees will join the Keenan Advantage Group network. All right, let's see. As we continue to strategically build our dry bulk transportation platform, Evergreen Transport is another perfect fit in our growth plan. According to the head of dry bulk at Keenan Advantage Group, Evergreen's founder, Walter Poole, sold post-World War II startup Poole Truck Line to an entity that is now part of Schneider National. All right, North Canton, Ohio-based Keenan Advantage Group is the largest tank trucking company in North America. It operates 300 terminals throughout North America, bulk transport of fuels, energy products, chemicals, food products. Keenan Advantage Group continues to grow. And good morning, Dan. What's happening this Monday?
Good morning to you, Steve. I was listening about the tariffs, and I mean, that's what's in the news now. But, you know, the thing is, the pressure, I mean, the importers of goods that will have a tariff put on them, well, like Walmart and them, they'll either, they're not foolish enough to think that they can just pass that 25% along. They'll go back to the manufacturers, and then they've got their own margin to worry about. But I really don't think that inflation's going to come down unless consumption drops, unless consumer spending stops, or not stops, but goes down, because that's the only thing that can bring prices in line and or get prices down. And I don't know how that's going to affect with housing, because as I said before, I've seen homes that 5 years ago, I don't know, go back what they sold for 50 years, but 5 years ago have actually doubled in what they're selling. The price has doubled. And that's frightening to me because you don't get out of that, just get out of it. I mean, that's something that you have a mortgage with and everything else if you haven't paid cash.
Mm-hmm.
But I just felt that the tariffs, if something doesn't stop, I mean, first of all, if they're reciprocal tariffs, who would not be in favor of that? If they're going to charge tariffs on what we import to them or export to them, why should we not charge them the same tariffs on what comes to us? I never understood that. And I know that's gone on for some time. Or in the case of Canada, that will now not allow our dairy products to be shipped to Canada, but yet they come here duty-free. And I think the president is exactly right. It's tough medicine to swallow, but I don't know what else he's going to do to try to straighten the economy out. I think it'll recover. It always does, but because we live in a free economy. But I don't. I mean, I'm not opposed to them at all.
Mm-hmm.
At all. And you like the one last caller mentioned, Honda is going to be bringing a line back to the United States, and Stellantis is the worst offender. I mean, they've got. I thought I read 40% of their vehicles come from Mexico, and as that Sean Fain said, the head of the UAW, the plant in Warren, Michigan, was supposed to have the Ram was supposed to move from Mexico back there, and it still isn't there. So that's just kind of my 2 cents on where the situation is now.
Right.
I'm not as afraid of them.
And I've been sharing. I've shared several stories in recent weeks. I mean, some of these analysts and whatnot are saying gloom and doom, recession, and prices skyrocketing. Others say most of this is going to be absorbed. That the percentage of inflation pressure is going to be like 1% or less.
Right. I think that when you have tariffs like that, that farmers know about this, but then Walmart, let's just use them as an example, Meijer, whoever it is, retailers who import a lot of products, a lot of stuff they resell. The manufacturers, that's why they're squealing, because it's the buyer who pays the tariff. And the people who supply it are not naive enough to know that the buyer is going to continue buying from them at the level. Let's face it, what would Canada do with those auto parts? What would Canada do with anything that they export? I mean, we're their closest and best customer for it.
Absolutely. And that's, some say, well, why is Trump trying to get in a urinating match with our friends? But we got to pause there. News break as we close out another hour.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Secretary of Commerce says Elon Musk is his partner. While appearing on NBC's Meet the Press, Howard Lutnick responded to questions about Musk's position.
Elon Musk is your partner. He's your partner in technology. He's your partner in thought.
Lutnick said that Trump made it clear that Musk will perform in partnership with cabinet secretaries, but that the president will always be the one in charge. D.C. police are investigating after Secret Service agents shot a man near the White House early today.
Agents confronted the armed suspect shortly after midnight about a block from the West Wing. The man allegedly pulled out a gun before being shot and was taken to the hospital in unknown condition. The Secret Service had reportedly been notified about a potentially suicidal individual traveling from Indiana to Washington, D.C. President Trump was at his Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida at the time of the incident. I'm Lisa Carton.
President Trump has signed an executive order that would limit eligibility for the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program.
Speaking in the Oval Office on Friday, White House Staff Secretary Will Scharf explained why the administration felt the need to make the move.
A lot of these people work for NGO organizations, for nonprofit organizations that engage in illegal or what we would consider to be improper activities.
Under the PSLF, not-for-profit and government employees can have their federal student loans forgiven after 10 years of payments. Student loan borrowers and advocates have vowed to challenge Trump's order in court. I'm Jim Forbes.
Canada's Liberal Party has announced Mark Carney elected to succeed Justin Trudeau as the next prime minister. Carney commented about the tariffs imposed.
Donald Trump has put unjustified tariffs on what we build, on what we sell, on how we make a living. He's attacking Canadian families, workers, and businesses, and we cannot let him succeed.
He's expected to be sworn in later this week. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Prince Frederick of Luxembourg has died at the age of 22. His father, Prince Robert, announced his son died in Paris on March 1st from a rare genetic disorder. Prince Frederick was diagnosed at the age of 14 with POLG mitochondrial disease. Designated teachers could be allowed to conceal carry in West Virginia's public schools under a bill that was passed on Thursday.
The legislation creates a process for teachers to become school protection officers after qualifying for concealed carry permits and completing required training. Critics express concern about confusion during emergencies and teachers' readiness to handle such responsibility, while supporters believe it would enhance school safety. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
While President Trump has now announced announced a nearly 1-month delay in tariffs on most goods from Canada and Mexico. Some damage has already been done.
The maker of Jack Daniel's, Brown-Forman, said the decision to pull its drink from shelves in Canada was worse than tariffs. Comes after several Canadian provinces decided to remove US-made liquor from stores in retaliation to the 25% tariff placed on Canadian goods entering the United States. But Jack Daniel's said that decision was disproportionate, as it essentially amounts to a ban of its drink. Canadians are being urged to buy locally made goods and avoid those made by its nearest neighbour. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
So obviously the Liberal Party in Canada has made their selection to replace Justin Trudeau. Late last week, the Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, called Canadian Prime Minister Trudeau a numbskull in response to Trudeau's declaring that Canada will continue the trade war with the United States. He says, quote, if you want to be a numbskull like Justin Trudeau and say, oh, we're going to do this, respond to the U.S. tariffs by raising their own tariffs, then tariffs are going to go up. He was speaking before the Economic Club of New York, but if you want to sit back, have a discussion with the Commerce Department, the U.S. Treasury, I'm happy to have a discussion with our foreign counterparts. He was actually responding to remarks Trudeau made the same day, and when the Prime Minister revealed that Canada will be in a trade war with the U.S. while they continue corresponding with Trump's administration about tariffs. Speaking to reporters in Ottawa last Thursday, Trudeau said, I can confirm we will continue to be in a trade war that was launched by the United States for the foreseeable future. Trump, who says Canada's not doing enough to stop the flow of fentanyl and illegal migrants across the border into the U.S., had a nearly hour-long conversation with Trudeau last Wednesday, according to Reuters. Trudeau said it was a colorful call, but it was also a very substantive call. We're trying to make sure these tariffs don't overly harm, certainly in the short term, certain sectors. Of course, he's set to step down as prime minister. was actually seen crying at a press conference later Thursday after reports of a profanity-laden phone call with President Trump. I've made sure every single day in this office I put Canadians first, that I have people's backs. That's why I'm here to tell you all that you got. Even in the very last days of this government, we will not let Canadians down. Breitbart News reported the Treasury Secretary elaborated on the intellectual foundation of Trump's economic vision, a comprehensive strategy designed to restore American prosperity and reclaim economic sovereignty. Three fundamental principles at the heart of this strategy: revitalize the private sector, ensuring economic security as a component of national security, and reorienting global trade relationships to put American workers first. Yeah, knucklehead, numbskull. All right, where are we like? Dan, welcome back.
Yeah, thanks, Steve, for holding me over. Well, I mean, where would Canada be without the U.S.? I think we could make it without Canada, but I don't know if Canada could make it without us. And President Trump's smart enough to know that, and I think this individual taking Trudeau's place, it knows that as well.
Yeah,
but these tariffs are a brilliant move, because this is a way for Trump to control inflation when you stop and think about it, because he can control the price that the retailer here sells, the reseller here sells, and he can control what the supplier overseas is charging, because they can say, well, everybody, as you say, 25%, that's going to knock down demand, and then that will affect price. So, as I said before, something's got to happen to break the cycle of inflation.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think we've gotten. I know under Biden we wouldn't have even discussed this. So, but anyway, I just thought I'd call in because I heard you talking about it. Somebody was doubting. I think Captain Ron was concerned about the tariffs, and but that's various people who have vested interest in them, like Retail Federation and people like that, Chamber of Commerce. For some reason, we think tariffs are bad, but yet every other country charges them. Saturday, I was with a Chrysler dealer, and tariffs can hurt them bad. That's the Mexican thing. And he said, as far as he's concerned, we ought to have reciprocal tariffs. If they charge us 20%, we charge them 20%.
Bingo.
And that'll end it. Yeah. So, well, thanks for taking the call, Steve.
All right, Dan, always good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in here on a Monday, the greatest day of the week. I'm looking at the breakdown from FreightWaves, I believe it was. Yeah, we're seeing this wave of layoffs, closures, furloughs hitting workers and companies tied to the manufacturing, distribution, and freight sectors in the U.S., Canada, and Mexico. Since January 20, 14,357 job cuts, according to the WARN Act notices from various employers. Among the companies facing layoffs this month, major food processors and distributors, Harvest Sherwood Food Distributors, Cargill Incorporated, Archer Daniels Midland, Foster Farms, Purdue Farms, all reported significant job cuts. Detroit-based Harvest Sherwood Food Distributors is shutting down all its operations across the U.S., laying off about 1,500 workers by April 21. citing rising costs and a diminished market for their products as the reason. Now, this is one of the largest meat and seafood distributors in the country. They have facilities in Michigan, Florida, and Oregon. The farm giant Cargill will close a Springdale, Arkansas turkey processing plant. That's 1,100 workers on August 1. Cargill has not confirmed why they're shutting down that Springdale facility, but said production is being shifted to processing plants in Missouri and Virginia. In December, Cargill announced that they're going to be reducing their global workforce by 5% as a long-term strategy to strengthen Cargill's impact. The grain producer and distributor Archer Daniels Midland, ADM, posted their lowest fourth quarter profit in 6 years last month. Said they would eliminate up to 700 workers to streamline their operations. Chicago-based ADM has a global workforce of more than 40,000. They haven't specified where they're going to be conducting layoffs, but in the U.S., ADM has locations in 11 states. The auto industry in the U.S. and Mexico saw widespread layoffs in January and February, streamlining operations, weaker sales, and slower transition to electric vehicles. Of course, in February, the electric truck maker Nikola filed for Chapter 11 after years of struggling financially for that company. That's the Phoenix-based manufacturer of zero-emission trucks, founded in 2014. Trevor Milton, the founder, resigned shortly after, later convicted of securities fraud and wire fraud in 2022 for misleading investors about the technology and operations of Nikola. It's about 900 workers affected in Arizona and California. Goodyear Tires plans to cut about 850 jobs. Danville, Virginia, by the end of this year. The Akron, Ohio-based company said the cut's part of a plan to repurpose the Danville facility for rubber mixing and aviation tire production. Bridgestone Tires, meanwhile, plans to close their truck and bus radio tire plant in Laverne, Tennessee by July 31st. That'll impact some 700 workers. That closure related to the plant's age, along with shifting production to their facility in Morrison, Tennessee. And General Motors laid off 800 workers at a plant in Mexico due to operational adjustments, according to the company, with the goal of increasing operational efficiency. At General Motors Ramos, starting January 20, the assembly plant returned to a two-shift operation. 16 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Back at it here, 19 past the hour. Monday. After the spring forward weekend. Yeah, the kids off to the bus in the dark again this morning. Vic is on board. Morning, Vic. What's happening?
Oh, yeah. This is the morning after the time change. Have to kind of get everything readjusted, but whenever I heard them talking about NASCAR and stuff, I don't know where they're coming up with all these different rule changes and lawsuits and all this other stuff. But this morning I was going through YouTube, and they happened to see a thing about back in the era of the muscle cars when the factory started getting involved big time in NASCAR, and NASCAR had changed the rules to where you had to sell so many cars to the general public before you could run it on NASCAR. And they were pointing out they used the Chevrolet 396 specifically, and they were pointing out how that a lot of the people that were running with the factory teams, they were actually running experimental engines, and then NASCAR finally shut that down. But what I was thinking about was, I guess there was the Chevy 396. Do you happen to remember that engine, or were you involved with it much or anything? With cars?
Not really.
Okay. Well, that was a big thing that everybody, every kid that could afford the insurance on a muscle car was buying. Well, I didn't realize how many variants they had of that same engine, but they had one they called the porcupine engine. And that thing, it could actually put out 425 horsepower on 396 cubic engines. And Junior Johnson, he was one of those that used to run that. And supposedly Junior Johnson was, they used to call him the best or worst cheater in NASCAR. I don't know how he derived that. But they were just going through all that. And finally, NASCAR started outlawing the experimental engines, and they had to be something you could buy off the showroom floor, I guess you would say. And also the insurance industry, if you had so much horsepower, you had to pay a lot more for insurance. So GM actually underrated that engine many different times. But I can remember different people that had bought those. And the one 396 that they were putting in Corvettes, like I said, that could put out 425 horsepower. And that's unusual that you put out more horsepower than you can in cubic engines. And then NASCAR started saying, well, you can only have so many cubic engines on the engines and stuff. So, and now they're running I'll just call it a vanilla car, a vanilla engine, the car of the future or whatever. So it's really not too much surprising to me that they started losing fans. And about 10 years ago, that's when NASCAR started losing. When they brought out that car of the future, they started losing a lot of sponsors and different things. So NASCAR today is, it's way far different than what it was whenever I was growing up.
Absolutely.
They used to have the big fan base and everything. So I just thought when they were talking about NASCAR, I kind of, they've got so many rule changes and everything else anymore. It's kind of interesting to listen to different people talk about this team do this, they got to do. I mean, it's like, come on, this is racing. And Captain Ron talking about figure eight racing. I couldn't stand to go watch those things because I know the guys didn't get hurt and they were well, I wouldn't say well protected, but they were pretty well protected against injuries. But, racing to that figure eight spot, and I don't know. It just wasn't something I enjoyed. I'll just leave it at that. But the other thing, too, I was calling about was I read something on the TV today on that little Chiron that runs down there, and I thought, no, this can't possibly be true. Have you seen where Trump said something about he was going to bring Canada's economy? Have you ever? I've been looking all day to try to verify that, and I can't believe they would do that because Canada and Mexico, that's probably our two biggest trading partners, and so why you want to put them out of business?
Well, that's what I mean. That's what's coming from like the likes of Justin Trudeau and some of the others, and the Canadians. They're telling their people that that's what Trump wants to do to bring their economy to their knees.
Oh, okay. So that's probably where that came from. I didn't know about it because I thought Trump can't possibly be that misguided because tariffs are a long, convoluted process, and some products pretty much have to be made in a foreign country, or you have to bring the ingredients in. So either way, there's going to be there will be some sort of a charge to it, and then you were mentioning about some of these different places that are shutting down now, and that made me think about Maytag. And Maytag, you don't see the loneliest repairman things anymore because back in the, 80s and 90s, all these financial advisors were saying, oh, you need to go to this country, you need to outsource, union wages are too high and everything else. So now, Trump's not going to be able to change that, just with tariffs, or there's so many different things that are going on there. And eventually, I think Maytag was bought out by Whirlpool. Whirlpool said, well, we're going to move the production to Mexico. Their quality suffered, and their stock went up for a while because all the financial advisors said, oh, this is good. Maytag's finally going to Mexico and make a cheaper product, and that's exactly what they did, make a cheaper product. Mm-hmm. And now when I mess around with like appliances and stuff, when I go to get an appliance part, it's for Maytag, it always comes back as a Whirlpool part. And I'm not knocking Whirlpool or anything because Whirlpool also has a non-union plant down there in Tennessee, the Ohio Quaker plant, or at least they did have. So the tariffs, I don't know if Trump actually believes that he can cure all this with just tariffs or what. But the guy that right now is running first for prime minister there in Canada, he's supposed to be some sort of a financial whiz. He ran the Bank of Canada, and actually at one time ran the Bank of England. So I don't know, maybe somebody can sit down and explain that there are so many factors that goes into all of this. But the United States, way back when I worked there for the government and rural area development, was part of my job responsibility. The government used to plan for American people in general to have 8% disposable income. And that was to be spent on recreation and one thing and another. And that's how the government justified a lot of their recreational dams and everything else that they built back then. And the other thing, too, was that they said that a dollar that the government would put into some of these projects would turn 7 times, and it was called the circular flow of money. Mm-hmm. And eventually the government will get back most of what they put into something through taxes. Now you look at it today, they're bringing foreign workers in. They send a lot of that money back home. It's not circulating in the American economy. Most of the American debt way back then was owned by Americans. Now it's owned by everybody all over the world. So the difference between the economy then and now, I mean, it'd take a Philadelphia lawyer or somebody and several hours to really explain that to people. So when I look at companies and says, well, we're going to charge tariff on this and tariff on that, it's like, that's not going to solve your economic problems. And the other thing, too, is you might alienate some other people. And right now, the Organization of American States, which involves all the Latin American countries, they're deciding who their next leader will be.
Mm-hmm.
Well, unfortunately.
All right, Vic, I gotta get to my news break, so we'll pause there.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump's envoy for hostages says Palestinian militant group Hamas is open to a peace deal with Israel where they disarm and give up their political power. Adam Bowler told Fox News Sunday his direct negotiations with Hamas aimed at freeing American hostages are showing promise.
We also discussed what the end might look like, and I will tell you that Hamas did orient toward a long-term truce, as they called it.
He went on to say he's been keeping Israeli officials informed on the progress of the talks as well. The Department of Homeland Security is ending its collective bargaining agreement with the Transportation Security Administration employees.
Department said the union contract was jeopardizing the safety of travelers, claiming that some employees were exploiting benefits and spending too much time with union matters. The union called it a pretext for attacking the rights of regular working Americans across the country. I'm Jim Forbes.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, meanwhile, aside from the tariff discussion, the best I could explain it is this is the difference you see in a weak leader, mealy mouth, all talk, no action, versus strong leadership, where President Trump late last week said, hey, Europe, if you want protection, you're going to pay your fair share. Where have we heard that before? Well, it was during Trump's first administration. He said nations of NATO, founded after World War II. It was at that time to contain the expansion of the then Soviet Union, providing mutual defense for its members. Don't be expected to be rescued from their folly, as he put it. He said, I think it's common sense, right? If they don't pay, I'm not going to defend them. I'm not going to defend them. I've got a lot of heat for saying that. They say, oh no, he's violating NATO. The biggest problem I have with NATO, I know these guys very well. They're friends of mine, but if the United States was in trouble and we called them, we said, we got a problem, France. We got a problem. A couple of other countries I won't mention. Do you think they're going to come and protect us? They're supposed to, but I'm not so sure. Now, Reuters reported Trump noted many nations increased their spending after Trump spent his first term demanding they do so. But even now, it's not enough. I view NATO as potentially good, but you gotta get some good thinking in NATO. It's very unfair what's been happening. Until I came along, we were paying close to 100% of NATO. Think of it, we're paying 100% of their military, and they're screwing us on trade. Now, NATO members are expected to spend 2% of their gross domestic product on defense. Trump's pushed for that target to be increased to 5%. But there was a chart posted by the Associated Press showing that the U.S. is paying 3.38% of the GDP on defense spending. Poland is actually one that spends more than any other NATO member at just over 4%. Great Britain at 2.3%, Germany at 2.12%, France 2.06%. You've got Canada, Portugal, Spain, Slovenia, Italy, Croatia, Belgium, Luxembourg, all under 2%. According to NATO's Secretary General late last week, he said, I know some of you may have concerns about NATO's future, so let me be clear. The transatlantic relationship and the transatlantic partnership is the bedrock of our alliance. President Trump has made clear the commitment of the U.S. and his commitment personally to NATO It's also made clear the expectation that we in Europe must do more in terms of defense spending. It was last year the Dutch Admiral Rob Bauer, who chairs NATO's military committee, said Europe must prepare to defend itself. Deterrence is the 7-foot-tall bouncer in front of the nightclub that makes you think twice about going in. So if we make sure we are 7 feet tall, we're in a much better position. He said NATO's 2% rule is the floor, not a ceiling. In reality, 2% is actually more like a basement. The difference in strong leadership. It is 844-844-3388. What do you say, Knuckle Buster?
Thanks for having me back, Mr. Steve Sommers. Yeah, it was peace to superiority is what I was taught when I was in the Marine Corps, and that's the way it ought to be there. So I put Justin Trudeau and Doofus Magoo in the same category there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you got one of them junky old Packard motor trucks and a real working man's truck, you need to use some the Bill product, some Hot Shot Secret product, keep that truck running good. Guarantee, even in your car, your motorcycle, your snowmobile, just four-wheeler, whatever, you know. I use real gas in all of my small motors there because that ethanol will tear it up. And you need to treat it seal too there. So, and y'all buy some Steve Sommers Overnight Drive products too, because Steve likes to get paid on Friday too there. So I want to give a shout out to a simplified shout out to Truck and Field this morning. And Steve, I read this article that I read the headline. I didn't get really into it because I'd only stopped back there for just a few minutes. That those said $312 million loans were given to children during the COVID pandemic.
Yes.
11 years or younger.
So who filled out?
How many 11?
Who filled out the paperwork for the 11-year-olds? Right? Is that what you're thinking?
Oh yeah. Who filled all that? Who got the money? I know them. I don't know very many 11-year-old entrepreneurs. Do
Right?
you?
Right?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. They'll get to the bottom of it eventually. I hope somebody. I want to see somebody go to jail. I've been there. I want to see somebody else go. I've done my time. Well, you know, the Bible says to pray after you eat to remember where you came from. But Jesus blessed the meal before he ate. See? You know what you don't need to pray before I eat?
What's that?
Tennessee is an excellent cook, and I ain't worried about her trying to kill me either. So, huh? Man, it's been a great show. I'm almost over here to Ardmore, Oklahoma. I got 49 more miles. We'll be calling it a day today. So we made it through the change there without having a heart attack, didn't we?
That works.
Yep. Well, have a great blessed day, Mr. Steve Sommers.
All right, I was pulling up more of the. You mentioned several people this morning brought that up about the loans for kids. This is also uncovered by the DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency. I guess it came out over the weekend. Another wave of contract terminations over the weekend, noting that they also identified thousands of cases where more than $300 million in loans were granted to children. DOGE said they identified that the Small Business Administration granted nearly 5,600 loans for $312 million to borrowers whose only listed owner was 11 years old or younger at the time of the loan. Now, this is in 2020 and 21, while the world struggled with the pandemic. It is not clear what they were used for, what it is possible to have business arrangements where this is legal. That is highly unlikely for these nearly 5,600 loans, as they also used a Social Security number with the incorrect name, they said. This might have been some big organized crime ring. Thousands of cases. When making the announcement, Doge shared a post on X from Tuesday when it also revealed that in 2020 and 21, the Small Business Administration issued 3,095 loans for $333 million to borrowers over 115 years old. These borrowers were still marked as alive in the Social Security database. In one case, a 157-year-old individual received $36,000 in loans. These were Paycheck Protection Program loans and economic injury disaster loans. Of course, when President Trump addressed Congress last week, he cited these millions of people that are listed on the Social Security database. Millions. Over 115 years old. As I said, probably in an organized crime ring, just using various names, Social Security numbers, to fraudulently apply for these loans. Everything was being done on the internet. Remember, we weren't allowed to meet in person. Heaven forbid. All right, well, there is Truck and Phil on a Monday. Happy Monday, best day of the week. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Roll on, Knucklebuster. We're starting out at 38 today, high of 64 in Fort Wayne. 38 going up to 60 in Newaygo, Michigan, the big warm-up. How about that Christopher Bell, 3 in a row in NASCAR? All right, ready to depart Fort Wayne for Newaygo, Michigan, and back again. Have a great week, everyone, and Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. And there's Steve in Columbus kicking off the new week. Good morning, all the listeners out there. Like usual, the weekend went by way too fast. We did get quite a bit done. Also had a little relaxation time, but the coffee's hot, the car's ready to roll. Time to head into town for a half day in the office and then head home and finish out the workday at the Home 20. Everybody enjoy. All right, have a great day there. Steve in Columbus. Hello, Daryl.
Good morning, House Family and House Striker.
The status quo, everybody doing well?
I'm herding chickens again, and I got 12 one day and 10 yesterday, and I gave a dozen to the African family who didn't have any eggs at all, and was making them very, very happy. My friends went away, and so I go up of the morning and let them out, and go up of the evening and feed them, and then put them to bed. And, it's interesting to watch the chickens, and they did not observe the time clock yesterday. The day before it got dark, it seemed to me like 2 hours earlier. I didn't think they was ever going to go to bed yesterday. When the time changed, Victor was talking about how the money turns over 7 times from the government.
Mm-hmm.
And Butler County gets $1 billion each year from the government. And I tell the officials here that turns over 7 times, that's $7 billion that we have to spend from the government. And it does make an impact on a community. And when I was ready to go to El Salvador, I was reading that they get back $26 billion each year from people working in the United States
to their families and to their grandmas and to their uncles and aunts and to their wives. So a lot of money goes back to Mexico and Central America from the USA. I've always advocated we change the color of the $100 bill every 6 months, and all that drug money would come rolling out from mattresses and under the carpet and across the border, and it would make a big difference in our economy. Have a good day, Steve, and thank you for the show. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
That's an interesting prospect. All right. Thank you very much there, Daryl. You do the same. Have a great day. Southern border, it was sometime last week. Hell, it may have been the week before. I've kind of lost track. But the Pentagon had ordered the deployment of up to 3,000 active duty troops to the U.S.-Mexico border, along with soldiers from a motorized brigade equipped with 20-ton armored Stryker combat vehicles. A Stryker division, right? As directed by President Trump's Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, ordering the deployment of a Stryker brigade combat team and General Support Aviation Battalion to reinforce and expand current border security operations to seal the border and protect the territorial integrity of the United States. According to one senior defense official, in a press release, these forces will arrive in the coming weeks. Their deployment underscores the department's unwavering dedication to working alongside the Department of Homeland Security to secure our southern border and maintain the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and security of the U.S. under President Trump's leader. Stryker vehicles, lightly armored attack vehicles, equipped with a machine gun or, in some cases, a grenade launcher. They've been used in combat operations, obviously, Iraq and Afghanistan. That was, my son was a part of the 1st Squad, 2nd Cav, Stryker Brigade. He was the one that from time to time would man the 50 cal on the particular Stryker unit. That's why his police canine is named Stryker. Named after the Stryker unit he participated in there while in Afghanistan. It's very interesting. Stryker Brigade along the southern border. I think that would maybe give the drug cartels a bit of pause. Are you going to try to engage with a Stryker unit? You may greatly regret that. All right, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
I did touch on the headline a bit earlier into a large study into the potential connections between vaccines and autism is now being planned by the Centers for Disease Control, according to reports on Friday. It is not clear if Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is involved in the study or how the plans would be implemented. But the CDC and Kennedy's department haven't commented about the reporting released by Reuters, which quoted two sources said familiar with the matter. Of course, during President Trump's address to Congress last week, he said that his administration is looking into the rising numbers of autism in children and praised Kennedy, saying there's nobody better than Bobby. Kennedy, meanwhile, appearing on Fox News last week, said federal reporting on vaccine injuries are not sufficient and accused the Centers for Disease Control of having not done a good job at quantifying the risks of vaccines. We are going to do that now. Kennedy has authority over the CDC. Now, he's denied being against vaccines, but also questioned the safety of the combined measles, mumps, rubella vaccine. He downplayed reports that a child had died of measles in Texas, where they've got the outbreak, saying these incidents are ordinary, failing to mention the role of vaccinations to prevent the disease. But Trump, meanwhile, back in December, said he believes there are some problems with vaccines. We're going to investigate links between vaccines and autism. But according to the estimates from the CDC today, about 1 in 36 children have a diagnosis of autism, compared to about 1 in 150 in the year 2000. And there was a time when it was like 1 in 10,000. The White House has not commented on the latest report, but Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt has often referred to Reuters as being fake news. All right, last week, Trump's nominee to lead the National Institutes of Health appeared to be open to funding studies that would investigate links between vaccines and autism. The theory, they say, has been debunked over the decades, according to NBC News. All right, so are they not? He did say I would support a broad scientific agenda based on data to get an answer to that question. Researchers say that the rise in diagnosis is now actually because of widespread screening. Some public figures are citing the idea that vaccines are to blame. We've been saying that for decades. But all right, with that, we will close things out here on a Monday. Enjoy your greatest day of the week. Appreciate you spending some time with us. We'll be back here at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight to do it again, our next edition, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.